Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the first annual NYC Media All City Reveal Show. It has been such a pleasure with my guys putting this list together for you guys. You guys have let us know what you think about the list, but guess what? It's our turn now. All right, it's our turn.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
We've listened to the comments. We let you guys run wild. Now it's our turn to talk. But that's obviously, I'm joking, man. We're really excited to bring you guys this list. A lot of work went into this for sure. I mean, I'm not even sure if these guys really need the introduction, but let me just introduce. This is Andre Johnson from Sage Media, and I'll let everybody go. Let's start with G, man. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? 4G from Hidden Gems, one half of Hidden Gems. My brother Quan. We do what we do throughout the city. Here with my brothers.
Absolutely. LJ, a little, I know your hands are full, but, what
Yeah.
you doing over here, man?
I got the princess on the stream with me while wifey take care of some things, but y'all know who it is, man. It's your boy, LJ. Yes, sir. LJ. We outside, man. Sorry, baby.
Oh, you got it, LJ. I mean, listen, if LJ took your picture, it was probably the best picture you have.
Easily. That's a fact. I stand on that.
Top shooter.
You know what I'm saying?
And at the bottom of the screen, I mean, Jared, do we really need to introduce you? But go ahead, man.
Man, it's good to be back on this stream, man. I've missed it, and I'm glad we got some extra guys with us this time, putting so much work into this. It's going to be a special night. And yeah, Jared Valluzzi, Uzzi Sports. Let's do this tonight, man. I can't wait. I've been counting down the days.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Listen, between the nominations, the voiceovers, the videos, the arguing, the comments, I mean, we really earned getting to this point tonight, man. And in the bottom, listen, I feel like you're kind of revealing yourself here because people think TyjVisuals is like
never really
people.
see me, right?
Yo, that's a fact, bro.
Some people never really see my face here. Yeah, so I'm TyjVisuals. Just trying to play my part. Change the culture and spotlight our talent in the city. So that's what me and all of my brothers here are focusing on and what we're doing here. So happy to be here, man.
Absolutely. So hold on. So real quick, shout out to all
Mac
my
is
guys
coming.
in the
Mac
chat.
is coming,
Mac is
y'all.
coming,
Mac
man.
is
Hold on. I got this. Hold on. Monty, where's the FJM coach at? Hey, he's a part of the media one last night before he hangs it up. All right. Where's the coach? Where's Mac at?
Oh, so wait. So that means y'all having a replacement for him for next year.
Jacob, where's Mac? Where's Mac at? Monty, where's Mac at?
Yo, Mac gotta hurry up. That's
He's right here, Does he need the introduction? The people were calling for him. Mac, go ahead and introduce yourself, man, if you really have to.
Apologies, man. What's up, fellas? Coach Mac here. Shoot, man. Waiting for an interesting night. I know guys are super crazy. Guys are super excited. I'm super excited for this, man. It should be real fun.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Shout out to Deli. What's good, my guy? See you in
Deli,
the chat.
What up, my boy?
TyjVisuals Bent, what's the word, my guy? Running backs are a little later today, but you tuned in nice and early. Really appreciate that to see if your Pirates are on the list.
Ty, that's
Mac,
love, man. Appreciate you, dog.
Mac, you got to switch your Wi-Fi or no? Be good?
Nah, is it messed up right now, though?
Yo, son.
It's all right. It's all right. But I just remember from the podcast,
Hold on.
Yeah, there you go. He just browsed. Yo, my guy Harold Marshall.
Oh,
Harold,
man.
are you all the way down from Tennessee, I'm assuming?
Harold Marshall.
The city gonna miss him, man.
Damn. Yo, for real,
Definitely.
man.
That boy a dog.
Definitely.
Oh, man, son.
That's somebody nominated on the list, absolutely, for running back. And of course, chat moving a little too fast. Christian King, what's the word, my guy?
STM's new addition.
C King.
Gonna
What's
miss,
good,
gonna
man?
miss
What
King,
up,
man.
Brody?
The city gonna
Word.
miss him too. Word.
Yeah, City will miss him for sure.
We wish you
Yo,
the best
so
on your journey, bro.
nah, for real. And real quick, Kasiem Cromwell,
Kasiem, what up? Yo,
you're
my bad for
you're
misspelling your name on the graphic too. Sorry, bro.
yo, I'm pretty sure Kasiem just finished playing a basketball game. He might,
He probably
I
did.
don't know if he's in transit right now. So
Oh, he
I
hoops too?
appreciate you.
Okay.
He kind of
Yeah,
nice
he's
too,
a
from what
hooper,
I've
man.
seen. Word.
Yo, first super chat of the night. Really appreciate that. That's going towards all of us. So we all, what's that? 75 cents for each of us, man. Asking if we're
Yo.
going till 10 p.m. Yeah, well, we are hoping to go to about 10 p.m. You know, we have 29 people to crown on the first team, and then we're going to do one big graphic for the second team to end it. We also have 3 interviews, so you know, it's going to be a fun night. So let's get into it a bit. So first thing, we do have a sponsor for today's stream. And it's a sponsor, I'm pretty sure, I know everyone in this chat obviously knows, but pretty much everyone watching probably definitely knows who these guys are. And of course, it's the show, man. The Staten
Mm-hmm.
Island Hurricanes. They are the
For
title
sure.
sponsor
For
for
sure.
today's reveal show. Really appreciate them. Make sure you tap in with them. Right on the list, right on the screen is all of their socials.
Yo, maybe it's
And
me, but there's nothing on my screen.
Yeah, nah, same here.
Word.
there's
I
nothing
thought
on
I
the
was
screen,
alone.
really.
Nah,
Nah,
it's,
yeah,
it's,
it's just a
it's
blank
black,
screen.
bro.
I didn't want to be the killjoy, but it's definitely it's nothing on here.
Yo, that's
It's my computer.
Shout out to the
all right.
sponsors, though, man. Shout out
Yeah,
to
I gotta
the
figure out what
sponsors.
Don't
what's
worry,
going
Dre.
on
They know
there.
who the show is, bro. They know who the show is.
Yeah, son.
Can you guys see this one or no?
Nah.
Nah.
Yo, Dre baited.
Yo, that's a little concerning, but you know, we're just getting started today, so we'll definitely double checking to see what's happening with them because it's weird because I can see them. So, and anyway, the sponsors are the Staten Island Hurricanes and Bless the Fresh. Really appreciate that, guys,
Thank
for
you, thank you,
sponsoring
thank you.
today's show.
That's
Now I got me a
love.
little nervous. Can you guys see this?
Nope.
Nah.
Okay, so let me see. I might have to re-upload these or something like that. Give me 1 second.
Yo, grinding for life is hilarious.
Yeah, they gotta chill, man.
Nah, it's all good. We're gonna get it together. This is the first time we're doing a show like this, so there'll be a little bit of technical issues, but we'll get through it. So real quick, let's just go around buy some time. So I'll start with Coach Mac, man. Just talk about the experience putting this list together and just NYC in general.
Nah, this was tough, man. Every time we posted the nominees for a position, we kind of knew after the first 2 graphics that was put up that it was going to be some kind of pushback, maybe some arguing in the chat. But yeah, I think we all sat down and kind of strategically came up with these nominees, and it was fun. It was fun doing it, man.
Jared, how about you? Just talk about just NYC in general this year.
Yeah, I mean, to make this list to begin with, really challenging. Like this chat with how many people were like talking about nominees and everything, it was so difficult to mention all these different guys, even guys that weren't on the list. We had people like pushing for it and everything, but besides that, really great that we got the first and second team, nominees, and then of course the selections here today and the PSAL, the level up just from last year to this year, incredible.
There we go. Yeah.
There we go.
So we can see
there
this.
we
Okay,
go.
that's a little annoying. So I'm gonna. Monty said it's over. Listen, man.
We just
still
getting
figure it
started,
out.
baby. We're just
getting started. Listen, we figure this out as it goes on. So just give us a second. But yes, just want to give a second to thank the title sponsors. Bless the Fresh. This is Jello from the Staten Island Hurricanes. Definitely tap in when it comes to apparel, hats, He could do it
Fire.
all, custom shirts. So make sure you tap in with Bless the Fresh,
Fire.
Oh,
one of our title sponsors. Oh, Jello in the chat. What's up,
Jello
my
in the
boy?
chat, yo. Appreciate you, dog.
So, G, I love having you on here. You've put in so much work for New York City all year, all season long. So just talk about your experience with New York City.
It was fun going throughout the whole city, traveling, seeing great games, competitive throughout the whole 4 divisions. I seen a lot of great talent, which making this list was like taking a test. Like it was very hard, like just sitting there having to pick through everything. It was definitely just an experience. I think me and my brother really enjoyed the whole experience, and we're just getting started.
And from your perspective, E, I mean, you have just been all over the place. I mean, you're at basketball games, you're at football games, you covered every single football game, even from youth. Just talk about New York City football, man.
Sir. I'm just excited to see that, just the sport is trending and it's on a come up in the city. I've been around NYC football my whole life. My brother played for Canarsie, so from when I was 8, 9 years old, I've been around NYC football, and we collectively as a group, we bringing back that spark that the city needed, and it's good to see. And like I said, it's going upward. So that's def because I feel like we have just as much talent as all these other states. It's just they're not broadcasted. We're not putting our talent in the spotlight, and that's what we're here. That's what we're here for. Like all these other states, they're just putting their talent in the spotlight. New York was behind in that phase, and like I said, collectively as a group, we're helping, put more of our talent in the spotlight. So that's what I'm excited for going forward.
Absolutely. And of course, I can't forget about my guy, my guy, Lincoln. You had a front row seat to the former champions, the
That's crazy.
5-time champions.
Oh,
We have somebody
man.
waiting. We have somebody waiting who had something to do with that. But just talk about your experience, not only with E Hall, but with all of New York City.
So, the experience with E-Hall, I've been shooting with E-Hall since 2023. That season, I was with Canarsie prior to that. Just being around, the Erasmus Hall football team, the coaches, the energy is different. You see why they were such a top level program from the way that they train, the way that they practice. It's always a beautiful thing to be around, a bunch of great football minds, and E-Hall is fortunate enough to have a lot of that on one sideline, which goes to why they win so much. It's been a great run. Obviously, watching the games and being front row, E-Hall plays some of the top competition every year. So I get to see the Tyville players, the Curtis players on like a year-to-year basis. And those games are always really good, really competitive. And then just as far as New York City as a whole, man, I played in New York City as well. I played at Grand Street back in like 2009, 10. Played against E, probably played against Mac too when he was at Midwood. But yeah, man, just being able to go out, see these games, capture some of these games. I had the honor of being at the Battle of the Floors. I don't really, go outside to see too many games, but that was one game, everybody was tapped in to see. So, being at that game and seeing the feeling of New York City football, man, that game was what New York City football is about. And yeah, man, New York City is on the up and up, man. I've been blessed to be around a lot of great football games, and I'm looking forward to continuing that trend, man. My boy E be everywhere, so I'm just trying to catch up.
My boy E be on the move.
Yeah, so he does a bunch of wonderful things for the community, man. He deserves his flowers. He be everywhere.
Definitely.
That's love, bro.
Yeah, man.
Somebody need to.
I look up to
pay
E
for
when
that
it comes
man
to this
gas
because
for a
E
month.
be everywhere. Yeah,
He's
for a fact, bro. E showed
Gas
love
and
to
toll,
everybody.
he
He was
paid
at the
for it.
1A
Get him here.
games. Facts. He was at the 1A games, 2A games. You know what I'm saying? E made sure he showed everybody love, and I love and respect that, bro. For real.
That's love, bro.
Absolutely.
We all doing it in our own separate ways, bro. Different ways, bro.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. I love to see it, man. And I'm fortunate to have these guys too, man. Nobody was doing stuff like this when we was playing. So the fact that athletes have the opportunity to be highlighted by the media and stuff like that. What's up, man?
I heard about Bang.
Something probably fell, but I don't know what it was. Sorry, y'all. Wifey is here too.
He's straight.
But yeah, man. Everything has been great, man. I'm very fortunate to be a part of this scene, and I'm thankful for Sage Media, Jared, Mac. They did this on a phenomenal level. Or yeah, man. I'm just happy to be a part of this.
Word.
Definitely.
Absolutely, man. So obviously, I'm going to assume that you guys can't see this.
You'd assume correct.
Okay, so you can't see it. All right, so that's unfortunate. So all of the work I did pregame, I have to pretty much undo it. So yes, we are about to get to the
we're gonna get to it.
We're about to get to the awards. So we're gonna get into the first athlete. I wanted to show of the athletes who are nominated. So I'm just gonna read them. I'm just gonna read them all for now because we're having a little bit of technical issues. So
Dre, you got to get this to work, man. We put a lot of time into this, bro.
We
put a lot of time and energy into this.
I know.
Yeah, so
we'll figure it out.
We got to figure it out, bro.
We'll figure it out. So we're going with the athletes first. So the nominated athletes were Kasiem Cromwell from Port Richmond, Cleo from Franklin K. Lane, Evan Dukes from Curtis, Jacob Reed from FJM, Leon Borock from Grady, and Playloy from A-Tech. I might be saying that wrong. G, do you know how to say Play from A-Tech's his name right?
I'm not too sure.
It
might be
all right.
Ploy. I'm not sure though.
All right, so we're gonna get into the first athlete who is going to be on the first team all-city list. So again, bear with me, guys. What do you guys see? I'm assuming a black screen, right?
Yeah.
No.
Looks like it's headed in the right
direction.
It's headed into the right direction. All right. So all of us go on mute. Let's get into the first athlete. From the first athlete selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is none other than the city champion Evan Dukes out of Curtis High School. He was the do-it-all man for Curtis. As you see here in the chip game, he's making people miss on the punt return, taking it to the crib for the touchdown. And up against Wagner High School, he settles in between two defenders. He catches it on the 40-yard line. He's taking this to the crib. Way too much foot speed. Evan Dukes really did it all. This is my favorite clip. You see the closing speed here. And not only does he defend the pass, he picks it off, gives this team the ball back. And you just see Evan Dukes. Look how many defenders are here trying to make a shot at Evan Dukes. No, sir, you can't. And listen, young man, you need to touch earth because I need to get to the crib for my team. We're the kings of the Staten Island, and we're also the kings of the PSAL. We'll prove it right here up against rival Tottenville. I'm blowing by the defender. Look at the catch. Your hands. We're taking it to the crib for 6. At the top of your screen is Evan Dukes playing safety, eyes on the quarterback, but he still knows where the man is. Look at the play, high pointing the ball, getting the interception, and there's nothing bigger than the chip game. 3rd and 11, second overtime, diving catch to secure the first down and what would lead to the game-winning kick for Curtis's record 8 championship. So that's Evan Dukes, first team all-city. So congratulations to Evan Dukes, my God.
Dukes.
Everyone said we forgot about him, but how do we sound? Can you guys hear me pretty well over the music?
Yeah,
or should I shut it off?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
You're good.
Jared, just talk about Evan Dukes, man.
Evan Dukes, ultimate playmaker. I mean,
The echo.
Oh, we got Evan Dukes. No, we didn't. Truly special player. We did in the championship game, that return that got called back, but like seeing him in open space, just he's absolutely special. And that diving catch in overtime, I mean, you can't time it up better than that. Dukes, absolute baller. He had a great junior season, but what he did his senior year, man, truly special. Congratulations to him, and of course that whole Curtis team winning championship.
Just Evan Dukes. What do you think about him, man?
You asked me?
Mac. No, I said Mac. You can hear me?
Oh no, yeah, I ain't hear you say. Yeah, so I ain't gonna lie. That's my first time seeing the video with the voiceover. That's fire. That was nice. That was nice.
Yeah.
That was nice. I mean, this is something new for everybody here and the people watching. Andre, before we even like keep going, yeah, like you guys really did a hell of a job with this shit. Like, yeah, that was fine. But Evan Dukes is really good, man. Very talented player. Showed up crazy this season. Was a shocker to me. Like really, Scott Munson. Yeah. Both sides of the ball, man. This kid is super talented, man. Watching him in the championship game, he made some big plays against you ain't lying. Against Erasmus. Yeah, he definitely deserves this, man. I hope he's on here to see this too.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Evan Duke. So we're going to get into the second athlete. So some people are saying it's lagging a bit. This is the best we can do. I'm going to try to do something to improve my Wi-Fi in a minute. I'm not sure if it's the Wi-Fi though. So we're just going to keep going. If the videos continue to lag, we'll do something where, we send it to the athletes so they can put it on their social media. We're probably going to do that anyway, but don't worry. We will have all the videos. You know what? I might even put together a video of everything afterwards. So we're going to get into the second all-city athlete. You can see the screen. Yes, we can. Let's do it.
Yep, we good.
The second athlete added to the list is none other than Kasiem Cromwell of Port Richmond. He had 867 total yards rushing, and you see why here. Against the champions Curtis, blowing by all of the defenders up the right sideline for the touchdown. He also added 227 receiving yards. And you see here up against Canarsie, 2 defenders, doesn't matter. I'm coming down with the ball. And by the way, guys, let me know if the back of my jersey is clean, because I'm taking this to the crib touchdown. And here he's at the Wildcat up the right sideline on the road against New Dorp, makes a cut, makes 2 miss, maybe 3 miss, runs past another 2 to the crib, touchdown Port Richmond. And here he's also going to punt the ball for the Red Raiders. No, sir. I'm calling my own number from the 35-yard line. And are you kidding me? I'm cutting across the whole field to take it to the crib. And like I said, he's an athlete. Look at this catch. Toe tap on the sideline. And did I mention he plays defense as well? 36 tackles and 2 sacks. Here's one here against Wagner. And here's one against one of the shiftiest players in all of the league, in Josiah Brown. He gets the sack. And here he is guarding Adrian Antoine, one of the fastest players in the entire league. Look at the recovery speed to knock the ball down. What a baller we have here. Kasiem Cromwell, the second athlete on the first team all-city list. That's the second athlete, Kasiem Cromwell. Congratulations, my guy. Again, everyone kept thinking we forgot about him. How could we? Staten Island represent. Where's Staten Island in the chat?
Yeah, Staten Island got the 2-way.
Somebody definitely said that. Somebody definitely said that.
Man, so Mac, you said you want to take it from here?
Nah, take it in a different direction. Definitely big shout out to Kasiem. Definitely. Before we move forward, yo, Dre, you really stepping it up with this whole production thing, man. And I feel some type of way that I'm going to be on a show moving forward. Yeah. So Monty, we're gonna do a petition to get me back on the show for season 2. Hit me on the side. We'll talk. We've been talking. We'll talk some more. Yeah, we gotta include Dre in these conversations because now he's doing ESPN recaps. I'm gonna watch this as like a spectator, man. This got me like super excited. We didn't have this last season. He's talking over the videos, and he has this crazy production. So yeah, Jared, I'll put you in the group chat as well. I'm sure you'll vouch for me. Dre, we gotta talk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we gotta talk, man. Yeah, let's. I don't. One of you guys want to talk about Kasiem?
Yeah, man, I got to see him against Ehor, obviously. I felt really bad for him, man, because he's such a great player, and I felt like, you know, that team wasn't as talented as it could have been. But yeah, man, he does the best on a team that doesn't have much, and I think it's just, you know, a testament of how good of a player he is, that, you know, even though his team struggles, he still finds a way to be the bright spot, you know, at a dark time. So much love to Kasiem, man, for real. He's a dog. Word.
Yeah, one thing I want to say about Kasiem real quick is the first time I saw him, I'm pretty sure it was his freshman or sophomore year against Eagle Academy. And, you know, Port Richmond was struggling. Pretty sure he was a freshman, actually. And he catches out of nowhere a 60-yard bomb, makes two people miss and score. I'm just like, who is this? And just to see where he is now, I mean, I said it on the voiceover, over 1,000 all-purpose yards. It's just incredible. So huge congratulations to Kasiem.
I got something to say about him real quick.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
You know, I know he was one of the top wideouts last season in the whole city, and then he transitioned to back, and that just shows his playmaking ability. And you know, he was only a junior last year, so bright future ahead for that kid, and you know, keep up the good work for sure, man.
Hey, you know, I saw a couple of college visits. You know, I'm not putting all his business out there, but I saw a couple of college visits. You know, so
if college is smart, they start happening now, man. For real.
Yep.
Absolutely. So Evan Dukes and Kasiem Cromwell are the two first-team media all-city athletes. So let me get ready to add. Like I said, I had all this ready, but I have to kind of do this on the fly now.
Somebody watching the basketball game?
What basketball game? Not me.
It sounds like somebody watching the Knicks.
Let's go Knicks.
So the next section are the coaches. So congratulations to Coach Gambo.
Yes, sir.
First team head coach.
Yes,
Coach
sir.
Legree. First team offensive coordinator, and Coach Ross, first team defensive coordinator. So Mac, I feel like it's appropriate to go to Mac, especially, you know, these are now your co-workers now that you're a head coach. So just talk about, let's focus on Coach Gambo first. Just talk about the respect you have for the city champion.
Nah, he did a phenomenal job. Honestly, even prior to the season, I didn't even have Curtis in the talks of even being in the game. And as the season was going on, they was really like making headway, playing Erasmus in the regular season. Like the final score was 10-6. And they played that game with what we thought was the second string quarterback. Defense was pretty much lights out all season. He put on a phenomenal product this season, and he deserves his flowers.
Definitely.
So he deserves his flowers. Let's bring him on the show to get his flowers. Introducing the city champion head coach, Coach Gambo. Coach, what's going on, man?
What's up, Coach?
What's up, gentlemen? How are you? This is an all-star cast. Great.
Hold on.
How you guys doing? Good?
We're good, Coach. How are you?
How you feeling?
I'm doing well. You know, enjoying this a little bit. But I tell you, I'm watching the first half of this, and I'm watching you guys out there. I'm like, wow, he put together an all-star cast for this one.
Yeah.
Thank you,
the Avengers assembled.
Yep, exactly.
Listen, I absolutely had to get the best in the business together. Coach, really appreciate you coming on. And again, congratulations for the championship this year. Number 8 for Curtis. Just when I say number 8, like what comes to your mind when you think Curtis 8 championships?
it's humbling, and it's like, you look back and go, because when I was a player back in 1992, I was on the first playoff team. So, like, to go from where we were in 92 to where it is now, Coach Alveri, started this off, and, I'm just honored to be able to continue with it and, put our own little spice on it with this staff and the current group of players.
Absolutely, Coach. And specific question for you about this year. And to talk about this year, I have to go all the way back to last season. Last season, you guys finished 5-3, and I'm just going to read off some of these results,
Ooh.
if you don't mind, Coach. Listen, you sitting on the
fine. Listen, after this year, you can read off anything from the past.
I hear that,
and I figured you'd be okay with it. So, in the 2023-2024 season, game against Tottenville, 41-18. Regular season game against E Hall, 40-13. Semifinals against E Hall, 43-12. And Coach, I was at your first game this season against Moore Catholic at Wagner, where you guys took that tough loss. And I remember you guys were the game of the week right after. And, I texted you and I said, Coach, it was a tough loss. What do you think about the team moving forward after this? And I remember you said, listen, I see a lot of potential in this team, especially the linebacking core. So now let me read off the results from this year, Coach. 24-7 versus Tottenville. 10-7 versus E Hall, breaking their streak. And of course, the most important one in the championship game, 27-26 after being down 12-0. Coach, you don't have to give us the full formula, but just turning that much around from one season, just how did you get your team to believe in themselves and get the community to believe in the Warriors?
I think that, it started with those losses last year. I think a lot of guys were hurt, mentally and physically. We weren't where we needed to be. And we just asked them and said, hey, this is where we are. This is where people are that we're chasing. How do we close this gap right now? And that was the question I posed to them on that first day back in January. We met as a team, and then, it was a slow process. And I think probably one of the first things I had to do was fire myself as the offensive coordinator and make some changes on my staff, which I think, bringing in some young guys, some enthusiasm, some different, perspective. And I think that helped a great deal. Kids related to them. And as well as you got to give a lot of kids credit to the players, because I pushed them to a limit on, from 7 a.m. runs, during March and April, 6 a.m. workouts in May, what we did to them in the summer. And then, the product was out there. And, that first week against Moore, and I said, we were down 18-6 going into half. And to fight back and, to score twice within under a minute and have them negated by a referee, I just felt that the attitude was different and the kids believed that they could perform. And they just took it from there out.
Absolutely. So I'm going to throw it to the staff here. Let's just go Jared first, and we'll only go Jared and LJ, let's say. Okay. So Jared, do you have any questions for Coach Gambo?
Cool. Let's get
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. I mean, Coach, I remember when we talked in the beginning of the season. You had you were very excited about the group, especially the seniors, and then all of a sudden, you're playing on Championship Sunday against Erasmus Hall. But in that game, E Hall, of course, had, I think, 3 interceptions in the first half, 4 interceptions. Their defense was playing phenomenal, where people were texting me at halftime where it's like, here we go again. It's Erasmus Hall in the championship. They're about to win another one. It's just different when it's this, when it comes to this game. But you guys battled back and ended up winning. So, those, adjustments in the second half, what do you think kind of helped you guys battle back against the 5-time defending champs and be able to be so resilient and win?
I think that, you have to give a lot to the kids too, because you turn around and it's 13-0 at half, but you still turned it over 4 times. And the fact that it was only 13-0, they went in, they were a little beaten up. And I told my coaches at halftime, I said, I don't want to hear a yell. I don't want to hear a scream. Our objective is right now just to find out what we can do. And we made a quarterback switch. We changed some things on offense. You know, we get the ball. We started that first series, and then you go back to the linebacking crew. I think, you know, Javon Mitchell makes the tackle, and Saquan Lawton comes from behind and punches it out. And then one play later, we're in there scoring, and it's 13-7. So that, you know, that momentum and that feeling, you felt it from those kids, and you know, and it was a battle. I mean, you're trying to stop some of those guys on offense over at Erasmus, and then at the same time move the ball and score on offense. You know, it really presented a challenge. But I think the kids rose up, and throughout that whole game, not even a doubt. You know what I mean? It wasn't like you're on a sideline. Sometimes you've been down there. I'll go back to last year, and I heard the second you went down 7-0, how kids were like, "Oh, we're terrible. This one's horrible." Not a peep this year, except encouragement. And I think that, you know, that attitude change really helped us.
Absolutely. LJ, any questions?
Yeah, coach. So despite what's up, coach? How you feeling today?
Good. How are
Good.
you?
I'm good, man. I can't complain. So despite, you know, how great of an athletic season you guys had, something I want to talk to you about is you recently posted a graphic on the team page with all the academic success.
Mm-hmm.
You've had about maybe, I want to say maybe 26, 27 players on that list as far as academic success with 80s and up. Talk to me about some of the process you go through with your players as far as the importance of academic success.
We put that in their minds right away, because you see, everybody sees the landscape, the college scholarships, and you know, we spend a lot of time, you know, celebrating those successes. But at the end of the day, we try to tell our kids, listen, not everybody's going to be D1. I mean, you're not going to hit, you're not going to be a certain height, you're not going to be a certain weight, you're not going to run a certain speed. However, if you prep yourself and you get yourself in that spot to be in a D1 scholarship world, that means you're doing well. And at the end of the day, guess what? You're going to go to college. So we have what we call our forward pass program. I could spend all day on that, where we build academics into our season workouts and our off season, where kids spend time with academic coaches, teachers throughout the building that help them with their deficiencies. Because you know as well as I do, some kids, you know, academic deficiencies are the same. Like if an athlete is 2 steps too slow, what do? You find ways to work on it and be successful. And I think that's what, you know, a lot of our academic team spends working on with our students, and get them to understand that this is the formula. Here you got to do, but you still have to do the work. You got to train your mind the same way you're training your body.
So absolutely, coach, you do a great job at that, and I want to say congratulations again, man. It was an honor to see you guys do what you did. You guys stopped the 6-peat. You know, a lot of people thought it wasn't going to happen, but you did it, man. Bravo to you. Much kudos and much love. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
I appreciate all the videos and photos that you guys had throughout the year on our athletes.
Absolutely.
Much respect, coach. Much respect.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, coach, and congratulations.
Coach, I really appreciate you for coming on, man.
Hey guys, I thank you, because you know what? We've been down this road a long time with, you know, people popping in, but you know, we appreciate anytime you're selling and, you know, and freaking putting it out there for the student athletes in New York City. It helps. So keep doing a great job, you know, promoting New York City football, because we can play out there.
Yes,
absolutely.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Coach, have a good night, man.
Take care, gentlemen. Thank you.
Have
Looking forward to the rest of the show.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Tune in.
All right, guys. Woo-hoo. I'm finally back on the screen. All right. So that was awesome. So we're getting ready for the next category, which are the defensive backs. So we have a couple of people who played defensive back here. I'm actually gonna go to E first. E, what do you value in the defensive back? Like what attributes do you like to see from them?
I think one of the most underrated components of a good DB is confidence, you know, because a lot of DBs, especially in our city, I feel, are cover 3 heavy, but I feel like the good DBs are confident enough to showcase that they're flexible and can play, you know, different coverages. I'm not scared to play some man, you know, I'm not scared to roll the dice to make the big play. So, but I feel like our city is definitely has a track record for good DBs, you know, and there was definitely some good ones I've seen around the city this year for sure.
So hold that note real quick before I go to LJ about the DBs. I'm going to throw it on the screen. I found it here, trying to do 8 things at once.
Yo, who is this guy? John.
I was just reading that comment.
He gotta calm down.
Nah,
he's going crazy.
Right, we're focused on the show here. So here are the nominees for the all-city defensive backs. So we're gonna go to Jared. I mean, just scanning this list. Just talk about some of these athletes, Jared.
Man, I mean, got a lot of talented DBs here in the PSAL, and of course,
sir.
we got Hannaford from Madison, first one up right there. He had a statement season. I know Madison wasn't, they weren't as good as some of the other teams, or at least as productive. But man, D'Anthony was phenomenal. And then, I mean, Devin from Erasmus Hall, one of the best in the league. He really produced. And we're going to talk about Morales from LIC. I'm sure a bunch of us have a lot to say about him. What a season he had. And the list just goes on and on. So many great corners, safeties. Got 2 APR guys on here. Some more Erasmus Hall love. And, of course, Tyrell King from Curtis, who is excellent. So just so many amazing players. It's great that we get to highlight all of them.
T King, yes, sir.
So listen, let's not let the people wait too long. Getting it queued up right now.
Congratulations to all the nominees, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well deserved.
Yeah, defense was one of the tougher ones for sure to choose from. So shout outs to that.
So let's get into the first D-back. The first defensive back on the list is none other than Showtime Devin Pigot. And you'll see why he's called Showtime here. In the biggest stage, the championship. Look at this, high pointing the ball for his first interception on the day for E-Hall. And here again in the playoffs up against Eagle Academy, it's an out and up. He's with the play, but here, look how he flips his hips and locates the ball over the shoulder catch. And here he's up against Evan Dukes. At first, Evan catches it, but Devin stays with the play, knocks the ball loose. And did I say he had an interception in this game? Make it 2. I'm high pointing it again for my second interception on the day. And here, maybe the biggest play of the entire season, up against Tottenville on the road, knocks the ball loose, fumble recovery, touchdown. This kid is Showtime for a reason, and he is the first D-back on the NYC Media first team All-City.
Let's go, young Dev. Congrats, kid.
Congrats, Dev. Yes, sir. My boy, the only seatbelt shorty in the PSAL.
Chill,
I'm sorry.
Chill.
I gotta say it. The real seatbelt shorty is Devin Pigot. All right.
Yo, Dre, you on mute, man.
I am on mute. It's only right to go to LJ first.
Yes, sir.
I muted myself for the thing.
So being around Dev, my bad guys. Being around Dev, Dev is a technician. Dev works, day in and day out on his craft. He's been probably the best, one of the best DBs in the PSAL for a long time. He had a phenomenal season last year as well. I felt like his best game this year was the championship game. I really feel like he took an onus in making a play during the championship game, and he's done that all year. From that fumble at Tottenville, easily one of the best plays I've seen all season. It was at a point in time to where I think we were down in that moment, if I'm not mistaken. And his level of tenacity. He's one of those DBs that don't mind tackling. And it's really rare to see a DB tackle. And, Dev is one of the first people on the front line, if he get a chance. And if he get a shot to get you, he's going to get you. So, yeah, I love watching Dev play, and I can't wait to see where he goes to college at.
And the thing about that tackle in the Tottenville game to force the fumble, I'm commentating that game. And listen, E-Hall really didn't have it that day. You know what I'm saying? You know, it really took a Herculean effort from Devin Pigot to really ignite life into E-Hall, because they scored the touchdown. Actually, no, that was the game leading touchdown, actually. Excuse me.
Yep. That was the touchdown that won us the game.
And the thing about it, it just shows the pedigree that Erasmus Hall has over there. And I know they didn't finish champions, but you just saw they would not quit.
Absolutely.
Never quit this year. And it was just so impressive. And G, I'll let you come in here. Just talk about Devin as a player.
Kid is just a phenomenal talent. When you see him on film, he jumps off the screen. When you see him in person, you see the same things. Just a tremendous talent. High points the ball in the air. As LJ said, likes to come down, make physical tackles, gets his nose in the play. He's just an all-around ball player. Any school would love to have a kid like that on their roster. So I'm excited to see where his cylinder is and see what he does in the future.
Shout out to Coach Mouse as well, man. Coach Mouse has done a phenomenal job training DBs. Coach Mouse and Coach Wayne done a phenomenal job coaching DBs, and you can tell that Erasmus has a lot of the better DBs in the league just due to the amount of work and time that they spend on their craft. So shout out to those two coaches too. Definitely not saying it just because they're EHOR guys, but they're really one of the two best football minds in the city.
Nah, definitely. Definitely. The production shows in the biggest game, 4 interceptions in the first half. That doesn't happen by accident.
Exactly.
All right. So let's keep it pushing. So to answer the chat, there are 4 slots on the list for first team D-back. So let's get into pick number 2. Second D-back on the all-city list is none other than Tyrell King of the champion Curtis Warriors. One of the most versatile safeties in the entire league. You see here, high porting the ball. I want it more than you. I'm taking that ball for my team. And here you see he's not even in the picture yet. Josiah Brown is fighting for his life, trying to make a play for his team. Sees a receiver, but access denied. Tyrell King diving interception. Must have learned it from Evan Dukes. But like I said, he's versatile. You need your safeties to come up and get in the box and make plays, and he does that too. Interceptions and sacks, as you see here, chasing down the Port Richmond quarterback. And again, in one of the biggest games of the season, bright lights, Tyrell King getting into the backfield and making a play for the champions. And that's why he's on the NYC Media first team DB list. Tyrell King, congratulations, man.
Congrats, kid.
Congratulations, King.
Listen, one thing I want to say about Tyrell is, we watched a lot of film. He's someone that really just jumps out of the screen, just the tenacity. He plays safety. He's pretty sure he can play corner as well. Congratulations on going to Wagner, by the way. Saw that signing yesterday, Tyrell.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And he's just so physical. He'll get up into the box. He'll make a hit. He can guard on the perimeter, on an island. So Tyrell King is a tremendous player. So congratulations to him. I do want to keep it moving a bit. I know we spent a little bit of time on Dev, but does anyone have anything to say about Tyrell before we keep going?
Just a very versatile DB, that fills the alley. Like you said, very physical, and like you said, most importantly, congrats on that. Going to Wagner. Congrats, kid.
I love this from my guy Caleb.
Hometown state.
Congrats.
Love this from my guy Caleb. He thinks very, very highly of Mr. King, of course. So there are 2 more slots left on the first team. Getting my bearings here. So let's see who is the third DB. The third DB is none other than Agent Zero G from APR. He was the go-to guy on defense for APR. As you can see here, look at this over-the-shoulder interception. The thing that stands out about G is his speed, and you can see it here. Fourth down, crucial play for his team. The throw is made and the ball is caught, but look at the aggression. G doesn't give up on the play. Big hit, turnover on downs. And like I said, the closing speed of G, look here how much yardage he covers here, making the big tackle immediately. And like I said, this kid loves to come down and tackle. Look at him in the backfield causing havoc. This is a 3-yard loss, and he started about 12 yards off the ball. That's why G is first team all city. Congratulations, G, man. Listen, we gotta go to Coach Mac and Hidden Gems G. It was kind of weird because I'm saying G again, but let's go to Coach Mac first.
Hey man, I've been watching this kid ball for the last 2 or 3 years. Seeing him last year in the Rising Stars game, I believe he had like the game sealing interception, which kind of like set things crazy for the game. And yeah, I knew he was going to have a really good season this season, which he did. So smooth, can play safety, can play corner. You kind of move him around. Good tackler, plays the ball well. Can play zone, can play man. Even seeing him, he's playing with us in 7-on-7. Even seeing him this offseason, just his drive to get better. Just putting in the work and the time to become a better athlete. I'm so excited for his future, man. Very, very good student athlete.
How about you say some words about G?
I love watching G play. You know, G is a phenomenal athlete. He's talented. He'll go up and get the ball. He clearly comes down and hits. And, you know, what more can you want in a defensive player, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, the thing about G2, again, like I said it on the voiceover, it's his speed and how quickly he can close. Hold on a second. I just got to monitor the chat. I'm supposed to have a few more moderators in here, but I'll moderate the chat. Guys, let's focus on what's at hand. You know, we don't have to talk about anything outside of celebrating the kids today. All that other talk, and we can save that for another day. All right. Oh, I didn't even mean to highlight that. But yeah, again, you know, in the Rising Stars game, getting that interception, you know, his closing speed, he might have one of the best closing speeds out of all these D-backs, honestly. But listen, we have one more D-back to get to on the first team. One more D-back. I know LJ is smiling. I don't know why LJ is smiling, honestly. Let's see why he could be smiling. The final DB is another Dutchman. It's Jasir Harris, and he lives on an island, y'all. Look at this up against Solomon Dekotu. This technique is just fantastic. Step by step with Solomon, sinks his hips, undercuts the route, gets the interception. And here against Cromwell, high pointing the ball, knocking it loose. He has all the top athletes in this division on a hit list. Here's Travis Harris of Eagle Academy, out and up. Excuse me, sir. This is my island, no fly zone. I'm knocking the ball down. And here in the championship game up against KC Royal, he's on an island. It's a slant route, undercuts it, knocks it down. Jasir Harris is every wide receiver's nightmare. Look at how much space in the middle of the field. Solomon attacks it, but again, right on his hip, undercuts it, knocks the ball down. Jasir Harris. And not only can he cover, he can come up and make a hit too. Gets through the block, makes the tackle on Evan Dukes. And here again in the championship game, I'm leaving here with something, y'all. Let me get this interception for my team tip drill. Jasir Harris, another Dutchman on the first team all-city list. So Harris, congratulations.
Ja, my boy. Yes, sir. 2-1.
Listen, if you guys don't mind, I just want to start here. This was the most impressive tape. Defensive backs in high school, I'm very critical of them, especially in a league that doesn't throw the ball as much. It's really hard to get those really competitive reps as a D-back. A few of us play D-back here. When you're playing against a really good quarterback, the trajectory of the ball is much different. So it forces you to have better technique and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I really took time on that one because I'm watching this tape. I mean, Coach Mouse and this is an incredible job from him, especially on that Solomon out route. You saw how he was tracing him. The second Solomon dropped his hips, he dropped his hips. Cuts to the sideline, he cuts to the sideline. And you can see his awareness too, how he's undercutting those balls. As D-backs, if you undercut it too early, you could look like an idiot. You could look like an idiot. So, and I love this here, just a technician, and you really don't see that very often in high school. So honestly, LJ could probably talk about his measurables. If I'm a college coach, I'm like, whoa, this kid, we don't have to teach him so much.
The crazy thing about Jier is a junior, so he still has another year. So he's going to get bigger, he's going to get stronger, he's going to get faster.
Jared, what do you think about Jier, man?
I mean, Andre did such a great job mentioning it in the voiceover. He's such a technician. And I remember I actually saw him 2 summers ago when he was going to be a sophomore at the Downstate Classic.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking with Coach Mouse, and he was like, just look out for Jier Harris. And I was like, all right, I'm going to look out. And I was just so impressed. And he had a huge year as a sophomore, and then obviously an even bigger year as a junior. And like you mentioned, man, like, the tools that he has and what he brings to the table, it's so impressive.
Yeah, I was kind of late to the party with this kid. Kind of found out about him in probably the championship game. And then this offseason, Coach Mouse brings a kid down, doesn't even call the kid Jier. He said, y'all got a kid that's going to play 7-on-7 with us. His name is Straps.
21 Straps.
I'm like, what do you mean his name is Straps? He gonna show you why. He gonna show you why they call him Straps. And I'm like, damn, to see him out there, super fast, man, close on the ball. Kid is a super talent, man.
Absolutely. So just to recap, the 4 first-team D-backs are Devin Pigot from E Hall, Tyrell King from Curtis, G from APR, and Jier Harris from E Hall. So 2 Dutchmen on the D-back list. Shout out to Coach Mouse, excuse me. Shout out to Coach Wayne Morgan, because clearly you guys are really cooking up over there, man.
Sir, just one thing before we move on. Solomon actually commented in the comments here that was the best DB he went against all season. So that says a lot too.
That absolutely says a lot. Yep.
Yeah, no, seriously, like I watched that out route, and again, I know I'm harping on it. So first of all, the out route, and second of all, when he's covering Solomon one-on-one with no safety help.
Yeah,
like Coach Ross, I mean, I respect you. What do I know? But damn, like you really got faith in your guys. There was nothing over the top
on that comeback. Yeah, that was great defense.
That was really good defense. I got a good angle of that too.
I was right there for that. Yeah, that was just he read it perfectly.
Perfect textbook. Honestly, it don't get better than that.
Yeah, definitely.
No, so it's just tremendous, man. So while we're buying a little bit of time, the gray screen, I gotta upload the other image because we're moving on to literally the toughest position to vote on.
It
was the linebackers,
this was really
man.
Difficult.
This was absolutely the hardest list to put together, man. So Jared, how about you just talk about some of these athletes, man. And if you're on this list, you're really a dog.
Yeah, you are elite, because I will say this was, and like I've been a part of a bunch of lists in the past, and then of course with this, definitely up there as like some of the hardest decision making that I've been a part of, and I think you guys can definitely agree with me on that. And we're all talking about so many amazing players, and we're like, this position, it is just so deep, so impressive. Of course, you start off with Carlo up top, who had an incredible senior year for Erasmus Hall, really helped that E-Hall defense go, and he just did to play at the next level. So congratulations to him at Albany. And then you got guys like Ron Jones, Christian King, Asani Lowe, and Timothy Tan, all Brooklyn guys that were excellent. Where I was like, maybe on a different year, it's like, you know, he might be the top guy in the borough. And it's just so many of them playing so elite and helping their teams really succeed. Then, of course, the entire Curtis linebacking core is on here. Goes to show you how special all of them are. And, Virgil Leith, another great Brooklyn guy, and Yasin Gamble, elite for Lehman. Really excited to talk about him and just this entire core. It's so impressive.
Mac, what do you think about this core, man?
Yeah, this was hard, man. We was going back and forth for what kids. Yo, it was crazy. This was probably the hardest position group to nominate for the nominees. All of these kids, super talented. I saw most of these kids play. This is going to be good.
Absolutely. So let me get this queued up. So we have 4 linebackers to go on the list. So real quick, I'm going to throw it. G, buy me some time here. What do you think about these linebackers, man?
Oh, man, a tremendous group of guys. Like Jared said, if you look literally from the first guy, Carlo, to literally the last, Virgil, all playmakers. Like, they all help their defenses tremendously, from forcing fumbles to just dissecting a play at the line of scrimmage. Without these guys, the defenses are definitely going to look different. Like, definitely true. Like, they like to say, linebackers are typically like the quarterback of the defense. So that's a great job these guys are doing out here. Literally, all of them are tremendous talents.
Absolutely. So we are ready to go. Hopefully we don't have a technical issue, but let me know what you guys see. Hopefully the video starts playing. So let's go into the first linebacker to make the list. Yep, we're good to go. The first linebacker on the list is the heat-seeking missile, Javon Mitchell of the Curtis Warriors. And you'll see why he earned that nickname. Look here, search and destroy, knocking over the blocker, going to make the play in the backfield. He made plays for the champions all year long. Look at this, 7 yards away from Richard Perkins, and he finds his target, knocks the ball loose, forcing a fumble, sending the Vikings back home. And here in the championship game, look at the recognition. Doesn't get sucked up into the mess with the screen, gets back outside and makes a tackle on Amir Murrow. And here's another play. Shoots the gap, takes down Mr. Murrow. And against Newdorf, man, quarterbacks beware for Javon Mitchell, the heart and soul of that championship Curtis defense.
Congrats, kid. Congrats, kid.
Audrey, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. So this list was really hard to make. And I will let everybody know, the first 3 guys you see, 60+ tackles and 2 to 3+ sacks.
Yeah.
And honestly, the fourth too. The fourth was in the 60 club as well. Honestly, when I think about it, the fourth was in the 60 club as well. He was a part of this Curtis core that was just relentless. That is the only word you can describe this Curtis linebacking core, was relentless. And Javon Mitchell was the heart and soul of this, sideline to sideline. It's just tremendous. So E, what do you think about Javon, man?
You know, Javon was low-key one of my favorite backers to watch this year. You know, like you said, he's playing sideline to sideline. I don't think he took a playoff all game from the Curtis games I've seen. He's on the field the whole game. Very good blitzing backer. Very physical. You know, he plays twice his size too. Like, he's not a big kid, but he plays very physical. Definitely one of my favorite backers this year, for sure. Well deserved.
Absolutely. So we have a few linebackers to run through. Let's get into first team linebacker number 2. Let's make it 2 first team all-city linebackers for the Curtis Warriors. This time it's Saquan Lawton. Look here in the semifinals. He is relentless getting to the quarterback to get the sack. Saquan is a true tackler, a true sideline to sideline linebacker, and you can see here on the bubble to pass, look how much ground Saquan covers, making the tackle in the championship game. And Mr. Josiah Brown, look both ways before you cross, my boy, because Saquan is here making big hits. And again, Saquan all over the field, getting into the backfield this time for the sack. Saquan is your second first team all-city linebacker. Congratulations, Saquan, man. Huge congratulations. If you guys don't mind, I'd like to go first on this one. You'll hear me say this a few times tonight, honestly. This was one of my favorite players to watch. Mac and Jared know, you know, I think that Saquan is just a tremendous player. I mean, when you watch him on film, it literally, and yeah, I'm just going to mute you while you're
do your
not
thing,
on. Got you. The thing about Saquon is he's one of those players on film you're watching and you're like, is this on 1.5 speed? Like, why is it only him moving faster than everybody? You know what I'm saying? Like, Saquon is he's just a tremendous player. Again, you know, you'll hear me say this a few times. I don't know what his recruitment looks like. You know, maybe a little undersized. But if you take the time to watch some film, you see you have a linebacker with all the intangibles, a true sideline to sideline linebacker. And it's crazy pairing Saquon with Javon, because it's like they have 2 players who are sideline to sideline. So G, how about you just talk about Saquon for a minute, man?
Oh, man, he's just phenomenal. Like you said, him and Javon on the same sideline together, causing havoc, could literally wreck an offense's day. Pretty much why they are champions, because we all know defense wins championships. Like the numbers are there. You look at the stats. The guy was all over the field the whole season, putting up 60-plus tackles. He just made plays for his team the whole season. He was definitely one of the guys they could count on every day. I'm sure he stepped up in practice, showed guys he wanted to be there, and it definitely showed on game day that he was locked in, ready to go, week in and week out.
Absolutely. So we're going to get into the third linebacker on the first team list. I know you guys, everybody's waiting, so we're going to try to move through this a bit. So let's get into number 3. It's a trifecta of Warriors, as Anthony Gambardella is the third Curtis linebacker on the first team list. He lived in the backfield this year. 8 sacks in total. As you can see, one here in the playoffs. And he added 60 tackles to his total here on Amir Murrow. He has a nose for the ball carrier as he makes a sack in the backfield against rival Tottenville. Just look at his sense of where the ball carrier is. He knows to loop back to contain Nick Cyrus, and he makes another sack in the semifinals. Look at Ant here. Perfect timing on the blitz, adjust his angle, big hit. And again, Josiah Brown, so hard to take down in the backfield, but not for Mr. Gambardella, as he makes another tackle here. This confirms that this is the best unit in the whole PSAL, the Curtis Warriors and their linebackers. I think this says it here best, man. Curtis linebackers were really like that this year. 3 for 3 on the first team. LJ, when you look at something like that, when you look at 3 players with 60 tackles, that's 180 tackles between 3 players. Like, I already
it's
know,
pretty insane,
I already
bro.
know what some people might be thinking. Oh, y'all got 3 Curtis linebackers. 180 tackles between 3 players. LJ,
Watch
just talk
the
about
tape.
that.
Yo, bro, this is kind of unreal. Like, this is like their linebacker core is kind of like an all-star team in itself. Like, imagine having, you know, Ray Lewis, Micah Parsons, and let's say Patrick Willis, because that's one of my favorite linebackers. Imagine having all 3 of them on the field at the same time. Like, it's phenomenal. Whoever is the Curtis's linebacker coach deserves a raise. The things that he got out of these 3 young men was just phenomenal, man. It's very rare that you have 3 good linebackers on one team. So yeah, man, you got to give a lot of love to Curtis. I just found out today that Coach Gambo was actually the defensive coordinator. So, you know, some of the schemes that he drew up, and if you watch the film and stuff like that, you see a lot of twists between, you know, the end and the outside linebackers or the inside linebackers, which is really creative. And the scheme helps them out a lot, but they get into situations to where the play breaks down and then they adjust on the fly and they still make plays happen, you know? So when it comes to these Curtis linebackers, whew, I would have hated to see these 3. I would have hated to see them my senior year in high school.
So Mac, as a coach, you're game planning against these 3 guys who can just blow up whatever you're trying to do. Like, what do you do when you're looking at the film on a Monday? Know you got to play this team on a Saturday.
I mean, usually you find a weakness in the team's defense, and then you find the weakest player or the weakest linebacker, and you attack that kid. They had 3 guys who were all dogs. So that's tough for any offensive coordinator, because how do you game plan around that? And then we just went to their DBs who are dogs as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's really hard to combat what they was bringing to the table this year. Even watching the tape just now when you pull it up, these kids were flying around. It was tackling.
Seriously.
Moving fast, man. Playing downhill. Definitely kudos to these three kids, bro.
Jared, go ahead.
Yeah, like this Curtis linebacking core, man, it was special. And honestly, going into the year with you looking like, you look at Erasmus Hall and Tottenville, and it's like the only way another team is winning a championship is if that team's linebackers are incredible. Because you got to find a way to stop Corey Brown, TyjVisuals, Amir Moreau, like all these amazing running options on these top end 4A teams. So like that is such a big challenge. And guess what? These Curtis linebackers lived up to it and definitely exceeded expectations. Definitely the best linebacking core that I watched all season, New York City or Long Island. It was truly special to watch.
That's coming a lot from Jared because there's definitely some dogs out in Long Island as well. But no, I agree. I really think this was maybe the best unit in the entire city, honestly. I don't know what the rest of the state's looking like, but I'd be very curious. So the trifecta is complete. 3 Curtis linebackers. There's only one more slot. Only one more slot. Let's see who it's going to go to. The final slot goes to the clutch Dutchman, Carlo Machota. He made big plays for E-Hall when they needed it the most this season. And look at him here. He ducks the blocker and makes a big tackle in the backfield against the eventual champions. Carlo just had a knack for coming in clutch when E-Hall needed it the most. Look here in the semifinal where every point mattered. Carlo makes the interception on the 2-point conversion, and we know in this game every point mattered. The Pirates hated seeing Carlo coming as he makes a tackle here. And this is one of my favorite plays of the entire season. From the opposite side of the field, Carlo makes the hit on TyjVisuals, which led to a goal line stand. And we all know this play. The Pirates are on the way for a comeback. Carlo punches the ball out, winning the game for the Dutchman. Where would E-Hall be without their star man, Carlo Mashoga? Carlo, huge congratulations, man. Huge congratulations to Carlo. I see him in the chat, probably up at you, Albany, man. Wow. So first of all, congratulations to all these linebackers because it was going to be tough. It was going to be tough to choose who was going to be on this list. Second of all, I wish I could make myself full screen, but we got a lot of people in the chat and on the screen. Y'all in the chat, please remember there are 4 linebackers. Everyone's like, Carlo robbed. There were 4 linebackers. Please, comprehension. I'll keep saying it. Third of all, there are 3 categories for how you can make this list, right? There is the stats, the eye test, and the big game performance. And I'm going to go to LJ, but when you talk about big game performances, the Tottenville game, just talk about Carlo's performance in that, in the regular season game.
So during that game, so first of all, Carlo is not the biggest linebacker by any stretch of the word. And, you know, when you see the type of linebackers that Erasmus Hall has, you know, he might be the smallest, you know, but one thing that Carlo does really well is Carlo is able to diagnose plays really fast. And then he's so agile and quick that he's able to duck around bigger bodies and get in the backfield. Another thing that Carlo does really well is strip the ball. Like, I believe Carlo might have had 3 forced fumbles. I think PSAL should make that a stat, because if forced fumbles was on there and you didn't have to like sift through his film to see those plays on his film, he would get a lot more recognition as one of the better linebackers in the PSAL this year, because he one thing about him is if he finds the ball, he's going to find a way to get it out. And yeah, man, I'm so proud of Carlo. Carlo is a great kid on and off the field, and he deserves this, man. He really does.
Jared, got to throw it over to you. Just talk about Carlo, man.
Yeah, Carlo is an excellent player. I think I kind of touched on it a little bit before, but like the leap from his junior year to his senior year, like it was incredible. And, you know, E-Hall needed some defensive players to step up, because from the year prior, they lost like some incredible, you know, defensive linemen and just some amazing players in the front 7, where it's like, okay, we need new players to step up, really be playmakers. Carlo did that. And then, of course, when it mattered most, again, in games, you know, like against Tottenville, he was absolutely excellent. The process was really difficult, but there's a reason why he's at Albany right now. It's because he's a great player. So congratulations to him on being selected to this team, and good luck at Albany, Carlo.
Absolutely. So we're getting ready to bring on someone who knows Carlo very well and knows quite a few of the Dutchmen very well, of course. Let me see if E's not back yet. So it's just going to be the 4 of us for this one. Looks like coach is ready to go. We are going to have the defensive coordinator of the year voted by the NYC media, Coach Ross. Coach, what's going on, man? What's going on?
Coach? Thank you. How you guys doing?
Coach Ross, what up, baby?
Hey, listen,
what up, baby?
I didn't even know that. Like, I'm actually away. I'm on vacation right now, and I get a screenshot from one of the parents about this. Like, oh shit. Oh, sorry, Ken.
Sorry.
I was like, oh, really? Okay. So now it all makes sense. It all makes sense. Very, very, very pleasant surprise. I love absolutely what you guys are doing for the city. Is absolutely amazing. Very much needed. You know, New York City, I always felt has the capacity to be one of the top cities in the United States as far as bringing out talent, and this is only going to help it get bigger. So thank you guys a lot for the work you put in. I could imagine. I don't envy your job having to go through all those films, watching it. Lord knows I'm tired of watching my own films, never mind everybody else's films. So God bless you guys.
So, Coach, I'm gonna take the first question if the guys don't mind.
Sure.
You know, first of all, how many championships were you a part of with E-Hall?
In total, what we had the four in a row.
5 in a row.
No, we did. I'm sorry. 7 altogether.
Like flex.
my bad. Yeah. Yes. 6 altogether. 6 total. 6
total, Coach.
6 total.
So listen,
yeah,
Coach.
I start losing count. My bad.
So honestly, in years past, to be respectful, you guys have blown through this league. You know, I mean, you don't go. What was it? Oh God, I don't even know how many days without losing. How many games in a row you went into PSAL this year?
5 years.
5 years in a row without losing. I don't even know how many games. Probably over 50, maybe 60 something games. But this year, you know, it was much more competitive this year. And, you know, from my point of view, maybe you and the whole staff was under more heat than you ever have been this year. So talk about how the staff came together in a year that was so competitive. Because, of course, it's E-Hall. You guys go down 7-0 in the first quarter and everyone probably starts freaking out, right?
Yeah,
so talk about, you know, the pressure this year.
Well, you know, we thrive on pressure at our program. You know, we always feel like pressure makes diamonds, right? But we knew coming into this year it was going to be very challenging considering the talent that we had leaving out the door. I mean, it's hard to replace a defensive line like that we had the year prior. So quite honestly, it was a very challenging with a completely new core up front. You know, our linebacker core, with the exception of Carlo, relatively young. And the year prior to Carlo, you know, he's not what he is this year. Thank God, you know. So, and then we had to replace, you know, some key guys in the secondary. So we knew it was going to be a challenge, but, you know, we thrive underneath that. Listen, you know, for what it's worth, you know, I appreciate the honor, but I can't take it without shouting out, first and foremost, my guy, Coach Mouse. I mean, you talk about someone. I mean, he makes my job easy because, in all honesty, I give him blind trust. Like, as far as what's going on in the secondary, I don't question. The only thing I do when we're game planning, I'll say, hey, can we go man? Is this a man day or zone, man week or zone week? And he'll let me know what we can do, and I take it from there. So as far as the pressure is concerned, we knew it was going to be some challenges. I mean, obviously, it's E-Hall. Every game, I'm pretty sure when the schedules come out, we're circled as the game for everyone. So we're pretty much getting everybody's punch, everyone's best punch. But, you know, I'm a big firm believer what you do in the off season prepares us for in season. And so we prepare year round for it, you know, from a strength and conditioning standpoint and an X's and O standpoint. And one of the things, you know, I will say about our staff is that we're very humble in the sense we're not too prideful, that we're always trying to learn. We're always trying to get a competitive edge. You know, like we're not. It's kind of hard, and I say this very humbly, being at the top, because especially here in the city, there isn't really no one to chase after. You know, and sometimes we kind of say it was more fun in the beginning. We were chasing after something, but when you're here trying to stay there, it's even more of a challenge. And so the real challenge is motivating ourselves as a staff, as a program, to continue to push forward, continue to do great things, and to keep these kids motivated. Because sometimes, sometimes there've been times in the past we'll walk in the game and we're already up 21-0. You know,
yeah.
This year this wasn't the case. You know, this year teams came. You know, there were some times like, whoa, what's going on? You know, so yeah, it was challenging, but like I said, pressure makes diamonds.
And Coach, I just want to talk about the physicality that E-Hall brings. You know, I watch a lot of this league, and all of us watch a lot of this league. And when you watch E-Hall warming up, let's not even get into the games. When you watch E-Hall warming up, I'm have my little camera taking pictures. And sometimes I just have to stop. You know, I'm a football guy, so I just have to stop. And I'm just like, wow, like everyone is just so locked in. The physicality in the warm-ups is very, very high. And then when you get to the field, I mean, I'm not going to list out all the great players you have, but even this year with Carlo Machota and all the guys you had, just so much physicality. How do you teach that as a coach?
Well, it's a mindset, right? It's a mindset. It's, you know, we like to say it starts up top. It starts with our head coach and it trickles down to everyone else. But, you know, it starts in the off season, man. It starts in the off season. You know, we're about to get rolling here in the next couple of weeks. And this is, like I said, I'm on vacation right now. So this is my little calm before the storm. But, you know, it's a mindset. We compete at everything. We push until we push. You know, I'm going to use Carlo as a prime example, right? So Carlo, years past, you know, he was on the second team. But, you know, it's easy sometimes to just, I'm not going to say, we first of all, we never give away stuff. Anything that anyone you see on that field, it is earned. And you know what? Where he is right now is a byproduct of the work that he put in. It was not given to him. Okay? It was not. He earned it, right? He grinded through it. He stuck through it. Listen, I ride my kids hard, pause, right? They know, you know, I work them hard, I push them hard, and it's just a mindset you got. It's a mindset that you got to have, you know, from the way we live, the way we condition, the way we practice, and that way sometimes, you know, we like to make it so that our practices are harder than our games. So when we get to the games are easy, you know. So while we run you through the gauntlets, the training, the condition, the stuff that we run you through in practice, when you get to the games, it's, you know, it's a piece of cake, and it's a mentality that you have. That's why you never see us. You know, you might see us down, but you'll never see us out. We're always going to be. You know, we're some tough SOBs.
Absolutely, Coach. Listen, we're going to keep it moving because we know we have a lot of other awards to give out. But again, congratulations. Listen, me personally, I am really looking forward to the 2025, 2026 version of the Dutchman. I wonder if the rest of the league is. They might not be. E-Hall with a point to prove.
Listen,
I'm tuned in all year long, Coach.
We will be back. We'll be back. Listen, there ain't too many. There's 3 guarantees in life. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna pay taxes, and E-Hall will be back. All right.
I love that, man. Listen,
thank you guys.
For coming on vacation, man. Go enjoy the rest of your vacation, please.
Will do. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
Yeah, don't get in too much trouble, man.
LJ, we'll talk about this time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, man, I love that, man. You know, I feel like me and Coach are always arguing when I see him in person.
Yeah, sure are.
We're always arguing, so it's nice to just keep it copacetic, man. I love that. So we are moving on to the next group. Give me 1 second as I load that up. It's so disappointing. I literally spent so much time putting this together, and then it's not working seamlessly. But the show must go on. That's show business, baby. Give me a second. All right.
Oh, just if y'all are numbers guys too, man. E-Hall's defense only gave up 9 points per game. There was only one team that performed better than that, but we opted not to give the same person and 2 awards. So that's that one.
Oh,
got to put that out there.
Yeah, I understand that. And trust me, Coach Ross is more than deserving. So now let's get to the trenches.
Absolutely.
We're going to spend some time in the trenches as we're going to go from D-line to the O-line. The defensive line all-city nominees. You look at this one. I mean, it's a tremendous group of players. You know, I'm going to go to Coach Mack first. This is your section, Coach. We're dependent on you here for the linemen, of course, to represent. So, Coach, when you take a look at this list, you know what comes to your mind?
this list is loaded, man. A lot of talent. It's hard to pick 4 guys out of this list, honestly. Man, Trey-Shawn at Canarsie. Was at Erasmus, went to Canarsie, had a phenomenal senior year. Raheem at Eagle, Christian at South Shore. We all know Jared Seret. Kamaran Thomas just committed to USC. Britt at Sheepshead. Purnell at Curtis. Matthew Taylor at Eagle 2.
Coach Mac, do you mind if I interrupt you real quick? Because somebody took the bait, and I was waiting for this. I was waiting for this all year long. Hold on, let me get
going crazy too.
Let me get us on the screen here. I'm not going to time you out, but get the 2A kids out of here. I want to talk about the economy of New York City football and how important it is. So I'm going to cut to the chase. The 4A game, there were over 3,000 people watching it. An absolutely tremendous number. We don't get to that number without the 1A, the 2A, and the 3A. Because you know what? Those guys play their game, and then they support the 4A. I know the 3A guys were watching the 4A championship. I know the 2A guys were watching the 4A championship. So you dissing the lower divisions is shooting everyone in the foot because they are the ones, they are the foundation of us. They support us. And not only do we just call them lower division, they play good football down there. You want to see that Eagle Queens defense?
Sure don't.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, don't. Eagle 3, that defense is whew.
Look at, and I love this. Look at the 3A championship. The 3A championship did over 1,000. I mean, Lord have mercy. How many people were in the Eagles' nest during the 3A championship?
Flooded.
The
3A
championship
was
absolutely incredible. So again, I want to repeat.
Dre, I think you should highlight. I know he coaches at Lafayette. John 713. 2A got some ballers. They just don't get looked out. They just don't get looked at down there, which is true. You know, there's a lot of kids. You know, you might be watching a 2A game, and you say to yourself, "This kid can play 4A ball. He can compete at a 4A school." Am I wrong? I know I've said that to myself plenty of times watching a 2A or 3A game. I'm like, yo, this kid could play at a 4A school. He just so happens to be at that 2A or that 3A school. You know what I'm saying? So I judge talent just by judging talent, not, oh, this kid goes to FJM or this kid goes to this 2A school. No, I'm judging talent based off of talent. You know, like that's just my opinion on that.
Right, because everything else is just noise.
Bro, I'm with you.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, I definitely want to just, I really was prepared for that. Like, I know someone's going to say something about the lower division teams, that lower division players that are in the or that made the list, and they deserved it. Every single one of these guys deserved it. Shout out to my guy E. I missed you before, my guy. So shout out to you for real. I was wearing my shirt at the gym. So yeah, these guys absolutely deserve it. So Mac, do you want to go again? I know I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man. Yo, and Andre, you don't have to spend too much energy talking on the negativity in the comments, man. I think we have all levels watching this. And our job is to shine light on these kids if they put in the work on the field. And that's what we're doing here today.
Absolutely, man. This is a celebration, man.
But yeah, back to the defensive line. Definitely, Muncie, you crazy, man. Muncie, wow. Yeah, defensive line, it's hard to pick 4 guys out of this. All of these kids had amazing, great comment, Joaquin. Had amazing seasons.
Talk, Caleb.
Yeah, man, I'm curious to start. Coach Edmund crazy. I'm curious to start to see who was first selected, man.
All right, so let's get into it. I know that was a long intro into it, but man, I mean, historically, these are some of this is like the PSAL's position right here, D lineman. I'm pretty sure, like recruiting wise, we have sent some dogs into the next level. So let's start with the first D lineman to be on the all city list. And the first D lineman on the first team list is none other than Jared Seret of the Champions Warriors. Look at the hit list of players. Steven Charles nominated. He spins off him. Another man tries to block Jared. No, sir. Access denied. Jared Seret, for me personally, is the player of the year. The best player on the most dominant unit in the entire PSAL. I mean, if I'm the Tottenville quarterback, I mean, what are you really supposed to do here with Jared barreling down on you? And here, Cyrus, Cardona, I mean, just swim, move, get to Corey Brown making the tackle. And again, you send one, you send two, you send three. It does not matter. Jared Seret is just wreaking havoc. And this is Corey Brown, the track star, one of the best players in all of the PSAL. I am running him down. And it's not just the physicality. Look at the football IQ. He recognizes the screen, flips his hips, and he makes the play in the backfield. Jared Seret should be on every college's radar, and he is on the first team all city list. Congratulations to Jared, man. Congratulations to Jared.
Red, a dog.
Well deserved, man. Oh my God.
Monster.
All right.
I can't say enough about
LJ. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, LJ.
Yo, Jared, bro.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, Jared gets a lot of comparisons to Dominic Easley. Word. He gets a lot of comparisons to him because it's just how dominant he is. After this season, it's hard not to see the comparison myself. Going earlier in the year when they was making that comparison, I'm like, nah, bro, nobody's Dom Easley. Like, I seen him play personally. And then now, you know, seeing Jared, man, yo, Jared is a phenomenal athlete. He's a phenomenal talent. I didn't see him on that Curtis list as far as the grade. My boy, make sure you get in the classroom. You know what I'm saying? Because absolutely, if you take your classes serious, bro, you can go so far because you are a phenomenal athlete, bro. You know, I loved watching him play. I hated, you know, watching him play against Ehor because he was just so dominant and destructive. And there is no better defensive player in the PSAL than Jared Seret. I'm just saying that personally. That's my opinion. There is nobody better than him in the PSAL defensively, bar none. If he is playing against you, chances are you are having a rough day offensively.
I want to throw it to Jared.
Kudos, my boy.
I want to throw this to Jared, but you heard what I said. He's my player of the year. I know there are some offensive players that put on some absolutely historic numbers this year. I don't think there was a player that impacted the course of history more than Jared Seret. I mean, Jared, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, he changed games from the defensive line position. Like, we don't, and at the level that he did that, like, we don't see it like that all the time. It was crazy. I mean, offensive coordinators had to be up all night, just like trying to find ways to stop him. But he was a monster. And Caleb, he makes a great point right here. Against a more Catholic team, especially at the time when they had, you know, RJ Pacheco, really good offensive line, didn't matter. I mean, Jared Seret was just a monster, doing it at the highest level. Like, in Tottenville's offensive line, we can praise them all night. Like, they are absolutely phenomenal. And Jarrett was a beast. He could not be stopped. And that game, when I saw the film of that, I was like, wow, okay, that's incredible.
Yeah. He made them look like boys, no disrespect, but yeah, man, he embarrassed a lot of offensive linemen this year, and a lot of offensive linemen was on his tape.
And he's coming back. He's just a junior. Like,
for real though.
For real, man. Once again, I would hope I could be commentating the Rising Stars Bowl with you and Jared this year, because I would love to talk about these kids. Jared Seret's playing in the game as well.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Announcements.
Guys,
Yo, Mac, remember that conversation we had?
Yeah.
Make the call, man. Make the call. You gotta make the call, bro.
Even the linebackers list that I was seeing the DBs and just seeing a lot of names. We'll drop the roster soon for the game, but a lot of kids that we have on these lists is playing in the game this year, and I'm just super excited to see all of them on one team together, playing against one another. It's really gonna be special. Yeah,
I'm excited.
Yo.
No, absolutely. So, sorry, E and G. We're just gonna keep it moving.
good.
I'll let you guys go first on
all
the next
good.
one. I want to keep it going. I mean, this guy's spinning off a triple team. No, I had a highlight where he was getting double teamed. He spun off it. A third man came to him. He gets off him, and then remember, he's tackling. Forgive me if I get this wrong. A 5'11", 200-pound Amir Morrow. Single-handedly.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's just incredible. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
So, we had to take some time to really give our flowers to jier Seret because, congratulations on the championship. And we are so happy we get to watch you for another year for sure. So let's get into the next D lineman. So number 2 of 4 for everybody. So number 2 of 4 on the first team list. The second first-team defensive lineman is none other than the UNC man himself, Kamaran Thomas of E-Hall. And what stands out about Kamaran is his ability to shed blocks and his general athleticism. Look at him throw this blocker aside as he makes the tackle in the backfield. Kamaran was so important to the Dutchman defense as he clogged the middle and caused havoc, which made it so much easier for the linebackers to go and make plays. And honestly, he made most of the plays himself. He was always in the backfield, wreaking havoc for the opposing offense. You see here, look at his athleticism. He is 15 yards away from the play, chasing TyjVisuals bent, and he's able to hawk him down, and against the defending state champions, sheds the block and makes the tackle. UNC, you guys are getting a gem in Mr. Thomas. Sarah, congratulations, Kamaran. Congratulations, man. So we'll go to E first, just Kamaran Thomas. I mean, we talk about him, we talk about Carlo Machota, like where would E-Hall be without Carlo Machota, but where would E-Hall be without Kamaran Thomas, man?
Yeah, just the heart and soul of the E-Hall trenches, very physical, dominant up front. The UNC signing came out of nowhere, but I was very happy for the kid. I think he's definitely going to be successful on the next level, and I can't wait to see him playing on TV at North Carolina for sure, man.
Absolutely. G, what do you think about Kamaran?
Just a physical force, something to be reckoned with on the defensive line. I'm sure if you play football, you know Coach Belichick. So him going to Carolina shows the potential this kid has. The cylinder, I'm excited to see what's in store for this kid. Definitely a tremendous talent.
LJ, I mean, you saw him up close. You saw him up close, man. Just talk about the impact he made on the team.
Mm-hmm. So he comes in this year. When you talk about the success of E-Hall, a lot of it starts as far as defensively. A lot of it started on our defensive line. And when you have Caden Brown leaving, you have Aris Bethea leaving, you have Boulevard leaving. That's the whole front. And when Kamaran came in, he came in as a senior, and it's like he put all his chips in the E-Hall basket. And though he did not win the championship, which I'm sure was a goal of his, coming out with the UNC offer, yeah, man, Bill Belichick is not just trying to, just get players to fill up a roster. Like Bill Belichick is trying to run an NFL style program. And the fact that he felt like Kamaran was talented enough to lead that forefront in his first year, you know, it goes to show you the type of player Kamaran is. Kamaran is a hardworking player. He doesn't say much, but he lets his play do the talking. And yeah, man, he's as disruptive as can be as well, man. I loved watching him practice. I loved watching him play. He's just a great person to be around, you know. So I'm happy for him. Super fortunate that I got to see him this year. And I wish him the best at UNC, man. And also shout out to Coach Lambert, because Coach Lambert, man, he hit the pavement, man. He hit the pavement. Coach Lambert doesn't get a lot of credit for his relationships, and I believe that's what makes him one of the better coaches in the city, just because the way he establishes relationships and the way he establishes the trust between a lot of different Division I coaches. You know, Kamaran wasn't on UNC's radar going into his senior year, you know, but when Coach Lambert had the opportunity to go down there with Amir, you know, naturally he's going to pitch his best players as well. And, you know, I can't speak on what he said to Coach Bill Belichick when he was in that room, but when he left the room, Coach Bill called Kamaran personally like, yo, I want you to be a part of the program. And, you know, who's going to say no to Coach Belichick, you know? So yeah, man, shout out to Coach Lambert. Coach Lambert is definitely one of the greatest to do this in New York City. I'm not just saying that because I go to E-Hall. Coach Lambert has helped hundreds of players get into college, not only, you know, that players that went to Erasmus, but players outside of Erasmus too, man. So shout out to Coach Lambert for real.
Name's been ringing in PSAL for a long time.
No, absolutely, man. So congratulations to Kamaran Thomas, man. No one more deserving than of all the success that you're getting. So we have the third. It's only 2 more slots. Let's see who is the third first team all D lineman. And the third D lineman is the edge rusher, Christian Ettien from South Shore. The sack leader in the PSAL was the anchor for the South Shore defense. As you can see here, leveling the JFK runner. And not only could he sack the quarterback, he also shows his athleticism here, scoop and score 65 yards to the crib, Christian Ettien. And here in the biggest moment against Lincoln on the road in the playoffs, he's going to drive the tackle all the way back into the quarterback for a sack. Trying to block Christian with one, not advised. He's getting the sack. And again, the crazy motor Christian Ettien has, relentlessly going after the quarterback again in this quarterfinals, making the sack. And you see Christian Ettien from one side of the field to the other. I don't care what hash mark you're on, I'm tracking you down. And like I said, hash mark to hash mark, Christian Ettien will make the tackle, and he was key for South Shore's extraordinary season this year. Congratulations to Christian Ettien, man. Congratulations. Man, I'm going to bring it to Coach Mack first. Just talk about just the tenacity of Christian Ettien, man.
Nah, man. The kid passes the eye test. Super physical. Good off the ball, fast off the ball. Had an amazing season. I saw him before the season in the summertime. You can tell that kid puts in work. I believe he plays basketball as well. When those basketball players transition over to football, it just brings a different type of element to their football game, man. To see him all season, rushing the edge, rushing off the edge, getting to the quarterback, it's hard for tackles. It was hard for tackles in the PSAL to really block him one-on-one. I seen some teams kind of chip and help the tackle with him, and he still was able to make plays, man. It's good to see that he's getting his flowers tonight.
Absolutely, Jared. I mean, Christian Ettien leading the league in sacks. I mean, he was just a game wrecker, man.
Second team or state too.
Yeah,
absolutely. True.
Yeah, it was incredible. And it was definitely needed for South Shore because, of course, we knew what their offense was going to do. Really, really talented on that side of the ball. But, you know, it's like, hey, can they stop anybody? They definitely were able to. And Ettien was incredible. Getting to the quarterback at such a high rate. Amazing season for him, and I felt like he definitely, set the tone up front for a South Shore team where it's like, hey, can they be physical? They absolutely could, and Big Christian was an enormous part of it.
Absolutely. So before we get into the last first team lineman, the defensive lineman, again, I just want to give a quick shout out to the title sponsor, Bless the Fresh, and also to the Staten Island Hurricanes for being the sponsors of this stream. I'm going to get the Staten Island Hurricane up in the next little commercial break, but, a definitely huge shout out to our supporters for real. And now there's only one more slot on the first team, and this list is absolutely loaded. So let's see who grabbed that last spot. And the final first team defensive lineman is Trey-Shawn Wallace of Canarsie. And in the Battle of the Floss, one of the biggest games of this season, Trey-Shawn was huge. Look at him get through 2 blockers and takes down the elusive Nick Cyrus. Trey-Shawn is relentless. He will track down the quarterback. Look how far he travels to get this sack, and stay tuned for the best celebration in the business. This is going up against Travis Profit, nominated for All-City, pushes him aside, makes the tackle. Trey-Shawn Wallace was one of the anchors for this Canarsie defensive line, which is touted as one of the best D-lines in all of the city. Come on. Gonna try to block me with one? Listen, just next down. Let's get to it. And here, he's getting held. Let's be real. Doesn't matter. Still making the tackle. Trey-Shawn Wallace is the final first team All-City D lineman. Trey-Shawn, congratulations, man.
Bro,
Huge congratulations to Trey-Shawn. I gotta go to E first, seeing somebody repping your old squad, man.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Trey-Shawn Wallace was definitely a vital piece to, like you already mentioned, an underrated Canarsie D-line, Canarsie low-key had one of the top D-lines in the city. And, Trey-Shawn, a kid with a high motor, great energy, like you said, one of the best sellies. I think, he had to be happy with the decision he made to transfer over to Canarsie for his senior year, because very impactful season for him for sure. So congrats, Trey-Shawn.
Mac, your thoughts on Trey-Shawn?
Yeah, man, Trey-Shawn. I met Trey-Shawn. He was like a freshman or sophomore, man. Always had great size, high motor kid, high energy kid. It's good to see his season panning out. Did very well over there at Canarsie. Like he said, I think that was a great move for him. Really want to see what he does at the next level, man. Super happy for him.
All right, so our list for the first team defensive line is Jared Seret from Curtis, Kamarion Thomas from E-Hall, Christian Ettien from South Shore, and Trey-Shawn Wallace from Canarsie. Gee, when I read that off, just listen, I'm taking those 4 up against any O-line you can put together in New York City, man.
Nah, for sure, most definitely. Just a group of dogs, for real. When you look at that list just screams dog. No other word.
Yep, bunch of dogs. Yep.
Bro, if they played in a game versus any O-line in the city, somebody's getting hurt.
Oh no, I completely agree. Just the motor on all of those guys, and you saw in all of those highlights, each of those players, including Jared, which is crazy, right? Each of those players can go hash mark to hash mark, chasing somebody down.
Very high motor guys.
Yo, Jared,
very high motor guys.
Jared got to play on Amir's highlight to where Amir breaks off maybe like a 70-something yard run. And like right before he scores, like Jared is right behind him. And I'm like, yo, where did he even come from, bro? Like, yo, he's chasing literally anybody down the field. Like, all of these defensive linemen has great motor to him, and it's gonna do him well in the next level for sure.
Absolutely, guys. So you see the gray screen. So we're putting on the next list to keep this moving, and we're moving to the offensive line now, giving the linemen some love.
Yes, sir.
So here are the nominees for the first team centers. Mac, of course, I have to go to you for this. Mac, what do you value the most in a center?
Yo, and these kids, so I value the most guys that can down block, centers that can get next level. I've actually seen about 3 or 4 times this year where some of the schools was pulling their centers, which is like kind of next level plays for kids in high school to be doing that. And these guys that we have up here, they can not only play center, but they can play guard and tackle as well. Looking at some of the names, just super talented kids.
Gary, your thoughts on the list?
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of talented centers, some pretty big names for sure, and just some true anchors of some of these offensive lines. And like when you look at some of these teams like JFK, Tottenville, E Hall, Clinton, all amazing running games, right? And it starts off with these big fellas up front.
Absolutely. That's such a good point. I mean, you think of JFK and their rushing attack, and Tottenville, their rushing attack. Eagle had a great rushing attack as well, and of course Charles for E Hall. I mean, all these guys are very well deserving. So, we'll see who's the first old offensive lineman to get into the list. So let's do it. Can't keep the people waiting. First center is none other than Cyrus Cardona out of Tottenville. Cyrus was the anchor of the best offensive line possibly in the entire city. One of the most underrated transfers into the PSAL. You see here against one of the best teams in E-Hall, pushing a man 4 to 5 yards down the field. And you see here, you better keep your head on a swivel when Mr. Cardona is around, because you're going to get put down. And this is one of my favorite plays. You see after the snap, getting the reach block, which is so difficult for centers. You have to be a very, very athletic player, and that is what Cyrus is. Not only is he a strong center, but you can see the athleticism here. Yeah, we got Corey Brown and TyjVisuals Ben on the team, but look at me as well. I can move too. Look at the speed on the big man running down the field. And here again on the screen pass, getting outside, making one block. But you know what, Corey? Let's keep that uniform clean. I'm going to make another block for you as you make your way into the end zone. And on this last play here, one of the biggest plays of the year against rival Lincoln, Cyrus makes the block, gets to the second level. TyjVisuals does the rest. 60-yard touchdown. One of the best players in the whole PSAL, Cyrus Cardona. Cyrus, congratulations, man. Congratulations, Cyrus. So I want to go to Mac, but I just want to, if you don't mind, I just want to go first on this one. I know Jared is one take Drake when it comes to these voiceovers. Jared is the pro. I was a rookie doing it, so I did a decent job. But there were a few of them where I did it on the first time. And it was Cyrus, man. He is one of my favorite players in this entire league. You see the
Mine's too. He's such a great gift to the PSAL.
Seriously, you see the athleticism. You see how many plays Corey or TyjVisuals are running right behind him, And I want to go to Coach Mac on one of those plays where he snaps the ball and makes a reach block. Now, I never played center in my life. But someone's telling me that's a pretty difficult block to make.
Yo, man, this kid, oh my gosh, I met this kid last year. He played in the Rising Stars game. it's hard to teach high school linemen to be mean and have great technique. This kid does both very well. Has a mean streak, takes pride in playing O-line. I mean, takes the utmost pride in playing O-line. Even if you, in some of the clips that you just played, TyjVisuals breaks out for a run. He's sprinting downfield to get more work.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that stood out to me too. Looking
yo,
for more
you
work.
can't teach those type of things, man. This kid he's a special kid, man. Has very good football IQ. Knows how to read the box. When talking to him during the practices last year, the Rising Stars game, Muncie, appreciate it, man. He's new. Talking to him, you can tell has a very good football mind. Studies the offensive line position. Yeah, I'm super happy to see him on this list, man.
Larry, what are your thoughts on Cyrus Cardona, man?
Yeah, I mean, big get for Tottenville. After he came back from the Catholic League, and he just takes command of the offensive line. I was impressed with him at the Rising Stars Bowl. Made some pretty good plays there, and then really turned it up a notch once it came time for the season. And yeah, he was one of the big reasons why Corey, TyjVisuals were running for so many big time plays. And yeah, man, Cyrus, I believe he's going to FDU. And he's gonna,
Congrats, kid.
Yeah, Fairleigh Dickinson University.
That's awesome, and he's gonna do some great things there because he's truly determined and great offensive lineman.
No, absolutely. Just all respect to Cyrus, and just man, they got some dogs over there on 100 Luton, man. They got some dogs, man. We'll see if some more of their players come up. But first, we need to get to the second and final spot on the first team list for the centers. And the second center on the first team is none other than Jeremiah Pope out of South Shore. Jeremiah was the heart and soul of this South Shore offensive line. As you can see here, blocking one, comboing to the linebacker, and guess where this linebacker ends up? Right on his back. And due to injuries, Jeremiah had to make the adjustment and play every position on the offensive line for Coach Legree, but it didn't matter. Even as a right tackle, you see he pushes a man 10 yards down the field. This South Shore team had one of the most potent offensive attacks in the entire league, and this was the foundation of it. As you can see here, protecting his guy, Nick Cyrus, and this is how you finish a block. I mean, are you kidding me, Jeremiah Pope? Nick Cyrus always knew that he could depend on Jeremiah to make a block for him, and this South Shore team needed Jeremiah to step up all year long, playing out of position for the majority of the year, but nonetheless, he is one of the most talented centers in all of the city.
Man.
Congratulations, Mr. Pope, man. Congratulations, Mr. Pope. So I do want to go to Mac again on this. Mac, how difficult is it as a center to play every single position on the offensive line?
I mean, it's going to sound repetitive, but another Rising Stars kid, met this kid last offseason. Another kid who was super physical, strong, smart, and very coachable kid, man. Like, a leader. Yeah, I knew he was going to have an amazing season. Like I said, the kids is playing different positions. He's a center. In the clips, you can see he was playing right tackle. I know he played some guard this season. Like, wherever he was asked to play, he stepped up and played. Finishing blocks, finishing to the whistle. Great leader. Yo, like Coach Legree said, man, amazing leader. He's a kid that you need in your locker room. Just to get the morale. He's really amazing.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. And G, I know you got the chance to watch Jeremiah last year in the 2A, now all the way up in the 4A. Just talk about the impact he made for the Vikings.
Oh man, this kid, like another physical force. As his coach said, a great leader, just a guy you want up front blocking for you. You see, I'm pretty sure Nick Cyrus felt comfortable back there when he was throwing them 2,000 yards.
For real. No, absolutely.
Yeah,
And
I just want to say, congrats to my boy, man. Commander AIC. Vital piece to that South Shore trench work.
Word. I just want to say. Oh, no, go ahead. My fault.
Nah, my fault, bro. My fault. Yeah, vital piece. What South Shore was doing up front. Team first guy, most importantly. Like Coach LeGree already said in the comments, willing to play any position for his team. And I just wish he was healthy for that Curtis game because South Shore needed him out there real bad. That would have been an interesting matchup to see if he was fully healthy. Jeremiah against Seret. I would have liked to see that, man. But hell of a career at South Shore for him, and wish him, the best of luck on his journey at AIC.
Right. Got him a championship in the lower division. Came to the higher division, stepped up. I just want to say this guy's truly unselfish. Just a guy to just step up whenever his team needs him, play any position. I seen him catching passes, making blocks. That's the type of guy I would want on my team for sure.
No, absolutely, man. So, we have some special guests in the chat, what I'm saying? In the live stream, it's all good. It's a family event, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's out of here now, bro. She's out of here. She had to check in.
You guys see the gray screen. We're getting ready for the next position, which I'm actually going to have to read off. Sorry about that. But the next position is the offensive guards. And honestly, the offensive guards are it's my favorite position just because no matter how much you change football, and you try to change the rules, you can't make a rule to stop a guard pulling and putting somebody under. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you either got it or you don't.
That's a fact.
You got it or you don't.
Absolutely. So
it ain't for everybody.
So the nominees for guard are Anthony Marte from JFK, Frosto from Lincoln. Excuse me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Julian Villanueva from Eagle 2, Domingo Nina from JFK, and Danny Mecca from Curtis, Rocco from Tottenville, Rasheem Gordon from DeWitt Clinton, and Roderick from APR. So we're going to go to Mac. Again, what are your values? What do you value the most in the guard position?
Yeah, man. There's guys that can pull around, pull and lead. You know what I'm saying? You can run down the field, you can go next level to a Packer. You can kick out a defensive end, be physical, be fluid. Even at guard, man, you got to have good feet, good hips. It's just not DBs. You know what I'm saying? You got to be moving space as a guard, and you got to be physical. It's not an easy position to play. I know a lot of offensive coordinators like to pull their guards. I'm reading the comments. Let me get back to that. Yeah, so this is definitely a position. I know when we was, going through this, a lot of kids on this list had some good film. And yeah.
Yes. Ashton Wilson, forgive me. We swapped it. We swapped you. Sorry about that. Ashton Wilson is also on this list. My apologies. All right. So with no further ado, let's get into just queuing it up here. Let's get into the first offensive guard on the first team. The first guard is Ashton Wilson out of the champions, Curtis High School. Curtis had one of the best rushing attacks in the whole league, and that's because of big number 75. You see the hole here. Let's be real. Coach Gambo could have ran through this. Touchdown, Curtis. Ashton, his job was to move people out the way, and he did that all year. You can see here against JFK, he puts a man about 5 yards off the line of scrimmage. And when Ashton is pulling, you need to be aware, because you can end up like this, thrown 5 yards off your feet. And in the championship game, the biggest moment, he makes the hole for Nick to get the touchdown. Ashton was the cornerstone of this offensive line all year long. And his running backs, they should definitely love him, because he was one of the main reasons Curtis were the champions.
Oh, man.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson, man.
Yeah, man. Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson. It was funny. He said, yo, you forgot about me. I'm like, oh, just give me a second. I didn't.
It's funny you pull this up, Dre. I was just talking to Ashton earlier. We're kind of working on some things for him now. Hopefully some things come through very soon. Very amazing kid. Another kid who played in the Rising Stars Bowl. Did an amazing job in the game. Great size. For that size to be that light on his feet, that's crazy to do, man. Yeah, he kind of possesses everything you need for an offensive lineman.
I love this one. Castle Boys, man. They are very, very well represented on this list. And Ashton is a senior, right?
He played last year, Dave.
Yes.
He played last year in the Rising Stars game. He's 25.
Absolutely. Ashton was so important for that rushing attack. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think between, the two running backs, close to 20 touchdowns. I think maybe they just fell short of that. And you saw from the clips how many times they ran right behind number 75, man. So huge congratulations to you. You're the first guard on this list. And this next guard, all I'm going to say, this film is pretty good. This film is pretty good. The second first team guard is none other than Rocco from Tottenville. TyjVisuals and Corey always knew where big number 56 was on the field, because he was the one orchestrating the big plays for the Pirates. As you can see here, makes the hole for Corey, touchdown Tottenville. And on this play, I love this because after the initial contact, you see how Rocco's able to flip his hips, and TyjVisuals reads his block, and that leads to a big gain. Rocco was relentless. He pushes a Canarsie defender out of the picture. Touchdown, Tottenville. And on this play, you can see how Rocco finishes the plays. He is always on top of a defender. Corey Brown reads this. Big play, Tottenville. And this is one of my favorite clips of all of them tonight. Rocco makes the initial block, but listen, sir, I am not finished. I need to finish this block, making the lane for the running back. And it wasn't only against the smaller team, it was against the big boys, just like E-Hall, knocking the linebacker on his butt. Rocco was absolutely crucial for the best rushing attack in the PSAL. Like I said, you can see here, he always finishes on top of the defender, and when he pulls, he makes the hole. He was called upon time after time for Tottenville, and that's why he's a first-team All-City player. Congratulations to Rocco, man. Yo, Coach Mac, when you see that film, man, talk about tenacity.
Oh, I've been saying the O-line coach at Tottenville, he needs to get his flowers ASAP. Every year, those kids are super feisty. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like this kid is that big, but just a dog. Yeah, just a dog, man. super physical, can move. I mean, yeah, just creating big holes. I've seen him run power at least 3 times in those clips that you just put up just now. And yeah, he's the guy that kind of leads the way. Rocco, salute, man.
No, absolutely. And I actually spoke to Coach Neville a little bit before this, and he was just like, "Yeah, outside zone. That's what we do, man." He said, "My offensive coordinator teaches outside zone better than anyone," and you could just see that. You just watch Tottenville. You're just like, how many offensive linemen do they have on the field?
Yeah, sometimes it feels like they got a ton, man. Pineville has always been, one of those teams that they made, like, no matter what they have, they're always going to have a good offensive line.
Yeah.
And that continues today.
Yeah.
So I can't tell you the last time, Pineville wasn't able to punish people running the ball.
Yeah.
So kudos to their offensive line coach for sure.
Oh, absolutely, man. And it helps when you have that backfield as well, but it's not just the backfield.
For sure.
It's not just the backfield, right? It's the dogs up in front. So huge congratulations to Rocco and all of, both first team all city guards, Ashton and Rocco. Staten Island is well represented on this list, man. Staten Island is well represented.
He's taking his talents to WestCon, so University of Western Connecticut, y'all got a dog, man. Yes, sir.
WestCon definitely need the help over there, man, for sure.
All right, so I'm not gonna bait this time. So the last offensive line position are the tackles. And also
you put the old one.
Say it again.
You posted the old one. Steve Charles is supposed to be on here too.
Yes,
Random.
he is. Like I said, I had all this prepared and I'm scrambling. Sorry about that. So yes, Steve Charles is also a nominee. Sorry about that. There were some technical issues at the beginning, so I'm trying to make the best of it. So when you look at these tackles, man, I mean, these are, again, we just talk about dogs. I mean, Coach Mack, I mean, how about Jalen Cobb, the sophomore, getting the nod, man? Eagle 3, just tremendous.
Yeah, man. All of these kids, man, the kid from Lincoln, the kid from APR, I think the kid from APR is really talented. Tyler Jordan, Michael Trinidad, Anthony, Randy from Curtis. Super talented kids. Got to have good feet. They have these, fast speed rush ends. Yeah, Steve. You got to be able to block these speed rush ends, man. So I'm definitely curious to see. Charles is on the list. Yes.
Steve, it was just the wrong graphic I posted.
I grabbed the wrong graphic. There was technical issues in the beginning, so I'm kind of winging it right now. Sorry about that.
So yeah, I'm curious to see who's the 2.
Oh, the man said it himself. Let's get into it.
And the first tackle selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Steve Charles out of Erasmus Hall. And the big bad offensive lineman from E-Hall was dominant throughout his senior campaign as he helped the Dutchmen set the tone every single time they stepped out onto the field. Charles was a true anchor for this Erasmus Hall offensive line that was able to dominate the line of scrimmage in some crucial league games as this E-Hall running attack was going wild. Amir Moreau and Justice Murray had phenomenal campaigns on the ground, and a big reason why was because of blocks like this from Steve Charles all year long. Charles was great against some of the best defensive line units in all of New York City. Charles stepped up when it mattered most as he was one of the most reliable O-linemen in the PSAL this past season. Charles, a first-team selection here. He's going on to play college football at Wagner next fall. Look out for him to potentially have an amazing college career after such a successful high school journey.
Steve, we didn't forget about you, man. We didn't forget about you where it counts the most, man. Congratulations. I gotta send it over to LJ first to talk about Mr. Charles.
Yo, the gentle giant, man. Steve is one of the nicest people that I've ever met in my life. But when he gets on the football field, he transforms into something that you do not want to see if you're a defensive end. He's a blind side protector. And honestly, like, I'm super shocked that us as Erasmus Hall didn't pass the ball as well as we did with him protecting your blind side, because Steve was pretty much, was a safety net all year. He didn't give up much. Steve was physical when it came down to run blocking. He was sound with his feet for pass blocking. And when you're looking at like a lineman, bro, like Steve has all the measurables. He has the IQ. Yeah, man, Steve is gonna do phenomenal things at Wagner, man, and I can't wait to see what he does, man. I think he'll be a first-year starter if we're being quite frank.
Wow.
So this is my predictions. This is not like something I've been told, but like Steve is talented, man. Steve is talented. Like I said, as long as Steve takes the weight room serious this year, Steve ain't gonna have no problems getting on that starting offensive line.
Yeah, and solid is just the word for him. Like when I watch this film, it's nothing flashy. He's not pulling and crushing somebody, but it's just like
he gets the job done.
Past it.
Yeah,
but it's more than just getting the job done, right? It's like, yo, that's what it gives to me. It's like, sorry,
just here so I don't get fined.
Yo, I'm here, so I love that, man. So congratulations to Steve and all of the success. And I honestly didn't plan that at all, because the next and final tackle on this list has some flashy film. This guy has some flashy film. The complete opposite.
Yeah,
so
it's gonna be exciting.
Let's get into it.
And the next tackle selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Travis Profit out of Lincoln. And if you want to talk about one of the most dominant linemen in the state, Travis Profit has to be in this conversation, because he was laying some incredible blocks all season long for a very successful rail splitters offense, as Profit was flat out dominant across the line of scrimmage. But in pass blocking, he was also incredible. Speedy edge rushers did not faze Profit one bit, as he was great in those situations. And when he was a lead blocker, you were in good shape, because he was bringing the pain night in and night out. One of the top bullies in all of Brooklyn. Was absolutely incredible. As you see, he did it against South Shore here. Smaller, quicker guys, not a problem. And if he's going against someone big and physical, Profit can live up to the big time moment. Profit had an incredible season with Lincoln. It should be exciting to see what he does at the next level.
Travis Profit, man.
That's kid.
Profit. Oh my God. Jared, I gotta throw it to you first, man. Yo.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, because as I was doing the voiceover for this, I mean, I've seen his film, but like as I was commentating over, I was like, oh man, like some of these blocks, it was tough for me not to just react and be like, damn, like he brought the pain. I mean, definitely some of the most flashy offensive line film in all of New York City. Just absolute dominance from him. And yeah, and I said it in the voiceover, one of the top bullies in all of Brooklyn. That might have been an understatement, because one of the top bullies in all of New York State. He had a special season, and it was very entertaining to watch him play.
I just gotta say something real quick,
go
right?
ahead, please.
My fault, Dre, right? Now watching his film over, I was at that Canarsie Lincoln game, and you remember that first drive, Dre, where it's like South Shore was just gashing. South Shore, excuse me. Lincoln was just gashing Canarsie. I know Cayenne had like a couple big runs, and
Cayenne had 60 yards on like the first drive.
Yeah, but then I'm rewatching the film, and I'm like, yo, these blocks this kid was making on that drive. Some of those pulls, and I'm like, oh my God, it was because of him. It was definitely because of him. Some of those blocks and some of those pulls he was making on that first drive was like, wow. He had a statement to make that game.
Piggybacking off of what he is saying, man, Lincoln was pulling their tackle. In that same game that he's talking about against Canarsie, they ran probably the same play, I want to say 8 to 9 times.
Yeah.
Probably more than that.
Yo, we're watching the game. I'm watching the game from the stands, and I'm like, yo, they're going to run the same play again? And they did, man. They was having success, and he was leading the way. And the funny thing is that the Canarsie coaches was calling the play out. You just couldn't stop it. Because that's super frustrating. You just couldn't stop the play. You know that power is coming, and this is tackle power. This is not even them pulling the guard.
Yeah,
they're pulling their tackle on power. And they just couldn't stop it, man. This kid, he moves well.
That's different.
For this kid to be that size, moving that well from the tackle position, very special, super physical, got good feet. I'm curious to see where he's going to be playing at next year or a few years to come.
Mac, just if you don't mind asking the question, and maybe it'll be nice for the chat as well. Maybe everyone knows this. I don't know. How difficult is it to pull from that tackle position? Because I'm thinking if your offensive line gets pushed back even like half a step, you gotta not get caught up in that. So can you talk about the athleticism you need to pull from the tackle position?
I mean, you have to be super athletic because you're starting off from one side of the line. It's not really from like where the guards pull. They're like, they're right next to the center and they just kind of pulling around. Tackles are pulling from one side of the offensive line. They're usually going across the whole entire offensive line to either kick out a defensive end or pull and fold, and they're going next level.
How often do you see that though?
Yo, not on a high school, not too much on a
because I don't
level.
I don't see that often.
Yeah,
bro.
see that? Yeah, that's super super impressive.
Does anyone know what's his school situation looking like?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to find out. I'm not sure.
Listen, I mean, they're gonna get a gem. You see him too. Just like if you see him he's one of those players. You see him in street clothes. You're like,
that's why I just asked that. Player. Like he passed the size test too.
I saw him at the Riley game, and I'm like, yo, damn, like
yeah, he was huge there. Pause.
Man.
No, for real. So congratulations to the winners, of course. Travis Prophet and Steve Charles. So it's funny. I was watching the number of people in here. And by the way, before we get to the offense, huge thank you to everyone who supported all night. We started at 7:00. It's 9:30. We're getting towards the end. We're getting to the flashy stuff. We saved it for last. And, all six of us here, put a lot of time and effort, not only after the season, but during the whole entire season covering New York City. And I truly feel like this was the best year. And, this is an idea, right? This was an idea that we put together. Yeah, it's not absolutely perfect. There are ways we can improve this, but we've had over 100 people this entire night.
Appreciate
the entire
everybody.
night. I think we got up to 130, maybe 140. It's awesome. And we're doing very good numbers, just like my guy Monty is saying. Honestly, Monty, I didn't even know what was on TV tonight. Like all of us on this list have been so busy working on all the assets and all of that. Like, I didn't even know NFL honors were on. Shout out to Lamar Jackson. I didn't even know the NFL honors were on for real. You know what I'm saying? So, we're about to get into, the offensive guys.
Big skills.
Some of this film is tremendous work. Absolutely tremendous work. So we're going to go to the wide receivers first.
Odd outs. Yes, sir.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see who this starts off. Oh, this is the list. Okay. My bad. I'm getting too excited.
Yes, sir. Wide outs. Yes, sir.
Man. Sir. So I'm going to go to G first. the thing that stands out, of course, here, Muncie, you better not be trolling. I'm gonna be tight. You better not be trolling. All right. Excuse me.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go to G first. The first thing that stands out on this list is 3 South Shore players on this list. I mean, just talk about South Shore and just how tremendous this list is.
Starting with South Shore, them boys were just electric. Literally every play, we could be looking at a big play, 60-yard bombs. We got reverses where the receiver's throwing 40-yard bombs. Like, they were just absolutely electric. And as for the rest of the guys on this list, just tremendous talents from guys of all different statures and all different sizes. All of these guys can go up and make a play at any time of the game. I'm sure defensive coordinators are game planning around these guys because these guys are just tremendous threats on the field.
And real quick, I'm gonna actually keep it to G here because I know these are a player that you watch a lot. Just talk about August Porter, man.
Oh, August Porter, he's phenomenal, man. Earlier in the comments, we had guys talking about guys in the lower divisions. This guy, he can bowl at any division. He has phenomenal hands, runs great routes. He's just a great kid. You talk to him, he's very disciplined, very poised. Just a great player, great receiver. Shout out to August Porter, man. Phenomenal. Stepped up in the biggest game of the season. Stepped up for his team all year, was a captain. Great kid.
I'm gonna throw it to Jared if you guys don't mind. And I think we're gonna take a little bit of time here. Like let's hear everybody on this position, of course. Jared, just taking a look at these wide receivers. What are your thoughts?
Man, it's such an incredible list. I mean, of course, we talk about like the South Shore guys, got 3 of them on there. They were electric, but so much more than that. Solomon had a storybook season. Samaj Lowe jumping out onto the scene.
Oh
He was
my God.
incredible.
Seriously.
It was nuts. I mean, Pedro from Clinton, Lindor from Madison making plays in the 4A. And then, of course, August Porter, his, combination with Aiden Farley, absolutely special. And Travis Harris out of Eagle Academy, Brooklyn, is, just a phenomenal athlete. Like, get him the ball, he's making plays. And I'm really excited to see, what he does in the future. But this list, man, it's loaded. The skill players in New York City, especially, man, the potential through the roof. Sky's the limit.
Oh, for real. And what are your thoughts on this, E?
Definitely a very talented bunch, This was low key one of my toughest decisions to make in terms of where to place, these guys. You got Rich, who he's been putting on from his freshman year, honestly, from when he was at Canarsie. Solomon, one of my favorite receivers this year. Samaj, like Uzzi mentioned, he put himself on a map this year. TyjVisuals, Adrian, it's just so much talent, I feel like these skills definitely represented our city well this year. Definitely.
LJ?
I agree, man. I had a chance to interview Rich before the season started, and he gave out some projections of how he felt his season was going to go, and he actually surpassed all the goals that he had set for himself this season. So that's just a testament to his hard work and everything that he did. August Porter was phenomenal. I enjoyed watching him during the championship game. I didn't get much chance to see him during the regular season, but between his highlights and then what I saw at the championship game, man, he's extremely talented. Hopefully he finds a home. I know he was offered roster spots on a couple of teams currently. So shout outs to him. But yeah, man, this was a phenomenal list. A lot of talent, a lot of people, came out of nowhere this season, and staked the claim to be the best receiver in the city, man. So yeah, this was a very stacked group. I'm confident with the selections that we've made. And yeah, man, I can't wait for y'all to see this.
It's Mac.
Yo, this is gonna be tough. Just seeing only 3 kids are getting selected out of this group, which is gonna be really, really tough. Can't wait to see who gets picked.
Absolutely. As I'm just queuing up our next guest. So just give me a second as we wait in anticipation.
Coach
And
E,
one guy,
Coach
and
E,
one guy I want.
how many kids on the list are from the Bronx? I think these are all. Oh, besides one, yeah, kid from the
Clinton kid. Yeah, Pedro.
Yeah, shout out to
Who
Pedro.
is so talented, so talented.
Pedro is definitely a talent. Low key too. Like from what I've seen, DeWitt Clinton doesn't really throw the ball much, but when they do,
Pedro, and he's coming down
Pedro. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, be that guy for your team, man. I feel like, like a lot of people didn't want to step up in years past, and we want to spread the ball around. Nah, man, get the ball to your dogs, man. Let your dogs do the rest of the work.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And real quick, I just want to give a huge shout out to the junior Adrian Antoine, one of the fastest players in this entire conference. And, we all saw the big drop against Canarsie, and he made the rest of the league pay for that, honestly, for the rest of the year, man. So
that drop hurt me.
I heard everyone, but listen,
hurt me, man, because he's my bad, Dre. Go ahead.
No. He got back. He got back for sure, though. But
of course,
I think he did. That was the game, man.
Absolutely. So I think we kept them waiting long enough. Let's see who is the first wide receiver on the All-City list.
And the first receiver selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Rich Perkins out of South Shore. And Perkins returned to New York City for his senior season, and he was absolutely special. As two defenders near him here against Kennedy, but Perkins will split them both. He takes that one to the house, as big plays were the name of the game for Rich Perkins. He takes this short pass here, and he's going to cut to the middle of the field, making multiple defenders miss. Are you kidding me? Perkins with a huge play, and any time in this screen game when Perkins got the ball at the line of scrimmage, he was able to take it the distance like you see here. Perkins was incredible in the open field, as this time he sees multiple Kennedy defenders. He's going to go back and break some ankles in the open field, as Perkins was able to make defenders miss all season long and be the leading wide receiver in the entire PSAL.
Mr. Richard Perkins.
Congrats, my boy. Hell of a season.
Hell of a season. Yo, Dre, I need some floor time too, man. I got a lot to say.
Go ahead. Nah, my boy. Go ahead, LJ.
Nah, get yours on first, bro.
No, I'll throw it right to you, man. No.
Okay, so when we were doing this list, it was a lot of conversation about who we felt the best wide receiver in the city was. And honestly, Rich was the best receiver in the city this year, hands down. Like, that's not the argument. But the argument is on the defenses. Y'all let Rich be this good. We were looking at the highlight films, we're looking at the tapes. People are playing 7 yards back, people are playing 10 yards back. Bro, you give Rich a hit and don't think Rich is gonna make at least one person miss? Come on, y'all. Y'all defenses gave it to him. Yeah, I gave it to him. Don't get me wrong. We see the highlights. You see how many people he made miss, and that's just how great of a receiver that Rich is. But y'all made it too easy for my boy, son, because I felt like he would have did this regardless. But, at some point in time, somebody got to be like, all right, let's get up in Rich's face and see what's up. He played a lot of off coverage, or people played a lot of off coverage on him this year, and he made y'all pay. And that's on y'all defenses, man. Especially like you looked at the Clinton film just now, you playing 7 yards off, and then you're backpedaling already. Like before he even gets off the line of scrimmage, you're backing up to like 10 yards, bro. Y'all cooked yourselves.
Well, LJ, I will say it was a catch-22 though, because we've seen Rich fly past people as well. So it's really to his talent, honestly.
Put help over the top and try your best. By you letting Rich get the ball with 5 yards of space, like it's not a lot of people tackling Rich with 5 yard separation. And you know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of people doing that in this league, period. And the fact that y'all made it that easy for him, hey, more power to Rich.
Happy.
More power to Rich. Rich is a dog. And Rich, like I said, Rich earned every yard that he got. But y'all could have made him fight a little bit more for those because y'all gave him all that space and then expected to tackle him. Like what?
I got something to say. I got something to say, man. Shout out to Rich, hell of a season. 24 yards a catch. I believe it was
the triple crown.
17 total TDs. Just
36
shy
receptions.
Just shy of 900 receiving yards.
Every two catches was a touchdown.
One of the best offensive threats that we've seen this year, and my boy is over to play some D1 boy at Wagner. So good luck on his journey.
Wagner.
Shout out to Rich.
Absolutely. So listen, Rich Perkins, congratulations. There are 2 more slots. 2 more slots. Let's get to this next one, man, because I have thoughts. And I'd like to open up in this next one.
I gotta tell you.
And the next receiver selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Solomon Dekotu out of Lincoln. And Dekotu had the ability to absolutely change games throughout his entire senior year, as this was one of the best catches we saw all season long. Dekotu goes up and gets it in double coverage and comes down with it for a touchdown. And now in the screen game, 3 defenders surrounding Solomon. It won't matter. The breakaway speed and yards after contact on full display. Dekotu takes it the distance, and this time, this is one of the best routes that you'll see in all of New York high school football. Absolutely pretty as Dekotu smokes a defender up the middle. And now against Canarsie, he opened up the season with a bang, dominating on the Sage Media Game of the Week. It was the first one of the season. Dekotu got well over 100 yards there with an unbelievable head tap. And against E-Hall, he's going to do the same exact thing. Dekotu with an unreal snag over a defender. He did it against everybody that he faced. This time it's against Tottenville as Dekotu caught this one, but he wouldn't stop there. He's going to go all the way downfield for a big gain as he was the engine that made this Lincoln offense go. Another scenario where 3 defenders surrounding him. Dekotu with a nasty spin move for a big time gain, and this time on the sideline. How about the toe tap from Solomon, one of the best wide receivers in all of New York State.
Solomon Dekotu, yo.
Problem.
Solomon.
Yo.
Oh my God.
All right, I gotta go first, guys.
Yep.
Listen, coach. I know what I said. Listen, I've come on this same platform and I've said Solomon is the best wide receiver. And then I had front row seats to Rich Perkins against JFK. I said, man, maybe I gotta go back on what I said, man. When I was putting this film together, oh man, where do I begin with Solomon Dekotu for real? This is
that boy tough.
That boy is.
I mean, this is one of the best wide receivers. This is one of the best wide receivers I've seen in New York. I mean, all right. So when I think elite receivers in New York, right? Well, shout out to the Catholic League. Like the first 2 names that come to the list are KJ Duff and Ian Strong, right? Mm-hmm. When you think about those 2 players, like not only were they so physical, right? What are the 2 of them, Jared? Like both 6'5" or something like that?
Yeah, like around there, like definitely in that ballpark.
Yeah, maybe like 185. Ian was maybe like 200.
Yeah, and then they put on weight at Rutgers.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the physicality. It's just, how technically good they were, right? And when I see a player like Solomon, look at how many different catches you saw in that highlight reel. Toe tap, catches the ball short, head tap, catching the ball in traffic, making something out of nothing. I mean, Solomon is an absolute tremendous player. Listen, I don't know what his recruitment is. Solomon, if you need me to drive to URI, Syracuse, Stony Brook, like these are all the kind of places I truly think Solomon could play at.
Absolutely.
He
Without
is
a
an
doubt.
absolutely tremendous player, man. And it's just so, obviously he had Ja'Kai Paul next to him. So it wasn't like he was doing it by himself. But I just wanted to really take a second to give this player some flowers because he's really one of the best wide receivers I've seen in New York State in a few years, for real. Who wants to take this one next, man?
Yeah, let me hop on that real quick. Pause.
Yeah.
Pause. That sounded crazy.
Go ahead. Go ahead. It's good.
I'm a former wide receiver, so I see some of these wide receivers in the city, and when I see a kid that really got it, like I remember last year when he was a junior, when Nassim was the quarterback against Tottenville, Solomon made this crazy definitely pause, Maurice. Yeah. Solomon made this crazy one-hand catch, and then now just this season he just picked up where he left off, and he can run the whole route tree. He averaged 22 yards a catch. You know what I'm saying? I think a little over 800 receiving yards. Just a hell of a year, man. And like I was saying, I can't wait to see what his next move is, man, for sure.
Absolutely. Solomon was the second best receiver on my list. I made him work for it, but he put in pain this year between running every route on the route tree. It didn't matter who he was lined up against. Even if you look at the highlights where he had the head tap on Jier, that was after Jier caught the pick on him. So he ain't just give up and fold and be like, oh my God, like, damn, I'm never going to get one on Jier. He said, nah, I'm going to get my lick back, head tap.
Mm-hmm.
And that type of competitiveness, man, is always going to do Solomon justice. I wish him the best in the future. And I really, really, really hope he goes somewhere that can take advantage of his skill set, because like coming into college, he's going to be one of the most technically sound receivers that you can probably grab.
Coming in as a freshman, yeah.
Yeah, I remember, man, I love talking to these coaches at like the beginning of the season. Just about, like,
I see you, Tyj.
And I remember going into this year, like last year, Solomon wasn't like the true number one at Lincoln. It was Chris Adekunle, who's at Pace right now, I believe. Really good player. And he dominated his senior year. He was gone. So I'm just like, I was talking with Coach Connor. I'm like, all right, how do you replace, a guy like Adekunle who was so good with Nassim Diaz? And he was just like, listen, we have Ja'Kai Paul and we have this kid Solomon. And he was like, Solomon was great last year. Look at his tape. That did. And he was like, he's going to have like a really good year. And boy, did he live up to that and really exceed it. So, Coach O'Connor, once again, producing just some incredible talent, especially, these skill players at Lincoln. It's amazing.
All right, so we're going to keep it pushing. Sorry, G, I'm sure you want to say something on Solomon, but we're going to keep it pushing because I'm going to keep it a stack. Like, we knew who the first two wide receivers were going to be. Like, we keep it a stack. If you pay attention to PSAL, I drummed it up a bit just for the drama, but we knew who it was going to be. Now, the third wide receiver, when I tell you we spoke about this for a long time, who this third wide receiver was going to be.
Insane.
I mean, these guys are absolutely tremendous. All of them are so well deserving. Yeah, we couldn't put 5 wide receivers or 4 wide receivers. No, these are the elite 3 in our opinion. And let's see who gets that third slot.
And the final receiver selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is another Viking, as it's Tyjay Schulters out of South Shore. And in the Battle of the Floss, South Shore needed a big-time play, so they turned to number 3 and 1. Schulters breaking ankles in the open field. He's going to sprint to the house to give South Shore a lead in the fourth quarter in that one. But all season long, this Vikings offense was firing on all cylinders, and a big reason why was Schulters' ability ability to make big time plays. As he's going to catch this one in the middle of the field, and he says, "See you later." Schulter sprints all the way to the house, and in big games against great defenses like Curtis, Schulters was relied on to make some huge plays. He catching it over the middle here, defenders falling in the open field. He gets that one inside the red zone, and in this game against Madison, Schulters was making plays that was jaw-dropping. He makes a defender miss here, and Tyjvisuals Schulters will also show his deep route running ability as he made so many big plays all over the field as he truly left his mark out in Brooklyn.
Mr. Tyjvisuals Schulters.
That's my boy.
Baby juke god.
Mr. Tyjvisuals Schulters. Now, I see a lot of people in the chat, so let's have a bit of a conversation real quick.
Let's do it.
So remember, there are 3 categories, of course, right? There's the stats, there's the eye test, and of course, there's the big play, the big game performance. And I'm actually going to go back up to something Tyjvisuals put into the chat himself, saying, "Y'all lucky I wasn't strictly a receiver." And it's a fact.
It's absolutely
because
a
when
fact.
you look at the numbers, now I know there's a lot of people who are deserving for this list, but aside from the big 2 in Solomon and in Rich Perkins, all of the rest of the wide receivers were between about 300 something yards, 400 something yards, honestly. Let me quadruple check real fast. But we already did. We spent a lot of time on this. The wide receivers were all tremendously close in that stat category. And when you look at that eye test, to me, there is truly only one answer for this. Tyjvisuals Schulters, in our opinion, of course, everyone has their own opinion, is one of the most dangerous players in New York State.
Absolutely.
And he is one of the most electrifying players in New York State. And in the battle of the floss, you know, with all the personal stuff, his brother's on the other side of the field and all that.
Father coaching on the other side of the field.
You know what I'm saying? Tyjvisuals stepped up.
Oh, father was with him. Sorry, pardon me.
You know, in the playoffs, yes. So Tyjvisuals with not even playing full time at wide receiver had 418 yards receiving, 82 yards receiving in the 2 playoff games. You know what I'm saying?
500 total receiving yards. Yeah, you know.
Yeah. So of course,
the eye test.
You know, everyone could have their own opinion, but you know, we all came to a conclusion that it was Tyjvisuals. So E, how about you go next?
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, Tyjvisuals, he was one of those players where, you know, and I seen someone comment that, shout out to I'm printed NYC, he commented my exact thoughts. Tyjvisuals was one of those players where when you're watching him, anytime he touches the ball, you're like, oh, what he's about to do. You know, he might take this to the crib. You know, he might juke the defender out his cleats. That's the vibe Tyjvisuals gave me all season long. And I know we're talking about the receiver aspect, but one key thing that I loved about Tyjvisuals is he's a team first guy, and a lot of players don't have that energy that Tyjvisuals has, where he's willing to play anything, meaning kickoff, punt return, kick return. You know, that's always a plus for the next level, and I can't wait to see what he does on the next level at Wagner. So congrats to him.
Absolutely. He would be playing in a bigger spot if he was a little bit taller. Height like held him back, but he definitely has Division I talent and high Division I talent at that. He comes from a lineage of good football players, great football players, you know, and yeah, man, Tyjvisuals is extremely gifted. I tell TYJ all the time, we talk about this, but if he was in New York City and played New York City football for all 4 years,
yeah, his stock would have been through the roof right now.
His stock would have been through the roof, you know. I do love that he went down south and he got to play better competition, and I do think that helped him when he got up here. But man, 4 years of Tyjay Schultes, he would have broke some records for sure. I tell them that in the chat, like he would have broke some records for sure as far as like all-time yards, and he definitely could have been a top 10 overall PSAL player because he's just so electrifying. Like whenever he gets the ball, magic happens. You know, it's very rare that you see a negative play with Tyjay involved.
And listen, we're about to bring somebody in who I'd say he knows these two players pretty well. He was the media first team offensive coordinator. And let's be honest, this was the easiest pick we could have made, honestly. The most electrifying offense, 3 wide receivers nominated to this list, 2 on the first team. One of the best units in all of New York State, and this was the coordinator, the orchestrator for it. Coach Dave Legree, man. What's going on, Coach? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Chilling, bro. How you feeling?
Can't complain, bro. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Thankful to be here. You know, blessed to see my guys, you know, be recognized, and you know, just thankful, man, and all of the hard work that they put in, all of the hours, all of the work, man. They did everything we asked them to do and more, and this is what happens, man. When you do what you have to do on and off the field, you know, these kind of benefits.
And Coach, so my first question for you, man, is you have these players come in to the school, right? And, you know, when you're sitting down, let's say in June, maybe when we did the previous interview, and you're sitting down like, all right, we have to fold all of these guys into this. And not only did you do that to have, oh man, someone tell me how many yards Rich Perkins had. I don't know. Rich
Perkins had
800?
Yeah, shy of 900 yards. Yeah,
just shy of yards. But he had more. He had the most yards like of all receivers in the PSAL. Though.
Yeah. So my point is just shy of 900 yards, and you have 2 other receivers at around 400 yards, and the number of touchdowns. You know, I don't have enough fingers, right? How did you balance to keep everybody happy?
They're dogs, so they're never happy. But that's just the competitive nature, and you know that they all have. They're all happy for each other, but they're never satisfied with the day that they have. You know, we had times where guys had, you know, 6-7 catches and 1 touchdown, and then, you know, just like I said, Tyjay got 2 carries for 2 rushing touchdowns and 2 catches for 2 receiver touchdowns. And he's like, well, you know, if I would have got the ball a little bit more, like, you know, I could have did this. And Rich is over there like, well, I had 7 catches. And then Adrian like, well, you know, like it's just that competitive nature that they've all had. It just made us a better group. And then, you know, with the quarterback we had, he made life a little bit easy for us.
He might have we might see him on the list. Keep your fingers crossed, man.
I don't know, man. It was a lot of good quarterback candidates.
I won't hold my breath.
Listen, Coach. So, of course, I just have to talk about the season that you guys have had, and it's nothing short but tremendous. You know, I really hope that you and the whole entire staff get the flowers that you guys deserve. You know, really flipping the PSAL on its head. You know, going into Coney Island, getting that win, and then, you know, going to Curtis, you know, falling short in that game. But I just want to ask, like, when you were walking to Staten Island and onto that field, knowing that, you know, your team was 1 step away from the championship in the 4A division after bringing them all the way to the 2A championship previously. I know, of course, before the season, you always set out for that goal. But when you were 1 step away, how proud of the team were you?
Well, we didn't fall short against Curtis. We got our ass kicked.
Yeah, I did.
But it shows you how far. It shows you how far we have come, but it still shows you how far we have to go to compete with those guys. We, you know, we weren't really happy with the Lincoln win because we have expectations around here, and no one really sees. Well, people are starting to see it now. I know all year we have said not bad for the 2A team and all that. That was all good and well, but it's over now. Like people understand that we're a good football team. That we're gonna put the best product out there that we can possibly put out there. But you don't really get happy until you could kind of like reflect on the season. Like you're never satisfied. I'm such a competitor. I coach nothing but competitors, and you don't really get to like really see all that you've accomplished until you kind of take a step back. And it's like a painter, like I'm doing this part and I'm doing this part, I'm doing this part. Then you kind of step back a little bit and just see all that you got, all that you have done, and all that you have accomplished. And I'm extremely proud of my guys. I know that that they put in a lot of work, and they deal with me every day, so I know it's not easy. But I know that I know I couldn't have done it without them. Obviously, and, every challenge that I put out for them, they accepted the challenge, and they did everything I asked them to do and more.
I got a question for you, Coach Legree. Now, coming off of a 2A championship, and taking that big leap to the 4A, I feel like collectively as a group, as a coaching staff, you guys believed in the core and the talent that you guys had. But I'm not sure if opposing schools and opposing teams believe the South Shore hype. I would say um, but I feel like this past season was a success. Where you guys open a lot of eyes, and now going into next season, certain schools are gonna say, okay, South Shore, we got a game plan differently. We have to take a different approach when we face South Shore. So back to the coaching staff at South Shore now. What are you guys preaching to your guys now going into next season? Is it a different approach, or is it the same mindset going into next season?
The mindset is always going to stay the same. We want to compete at the highest level. We want to put forth a great product. We want to have kids that high character guys, high GPA guys. I think I think it was Coach Gambo that said it earlier. Like everybody's not going to run a 4.4. Everybody's not going to be 6'3". Everybody's not going to be 200 pounds. But if you have a 3.6 GPA and you play good football, then I can find you a place to play football. So that's always going to stay the same. But the approach is not going to be the same. When we won the 2A championship, we had Sheldon Robinson and Angelo Guzman, where we were predominantly a run team. This year, you have a 6'6" quarterback, and you got all of these weapons around him. We're not running the ball. Like, my philosophy is players, not plays. I have a lot of great plays. I have a lot of great ideas, but that means absolutely nothing if I don't have the guys to execute those plays. So we're gonna see what we have this year. We're gonna start trying to put together a plan. Within the next couple of months. Right now, we're just grinding. Weight room. Shopping guys around the schools. Things of that nature. Adrian is at the top of a lot of schools' list. So been on the phone pretty much night and day for him. Just we have a couple guys that have the opportunities to do a lot of good things. So that's where we are right now. And then once we get a little closer, we'll start putting together a plan, and it's on our coaches to make sure we execute that plan.
Listen, Coach, I think.
I'm sorry, Dre. One thing I want to say is the last time we played at Curtis, we won the championship. So it's like you walk on that field, you're like, dag, like last time we was here, we won. Like, yeah, we're gonna go out there and get another one. It's crazy because like when you play sports, like everybody here has played sports. you sometimes like you work so hard, you put so much into this, like you become like crazy, like oh, like nah, like it's no way that they're gonna beat us. And then it's like they came out and they were a great football team, so I take nothing away from them. I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to take something away from them. But it's like, you know, we worked so hard to get to that point, you know, but we fell short. So the objective is now, like, how do we close the gap? Like, how do we now get over the hump? And there's one glaring weakness that I saw, you know, from the two teams that played in the championship and us is, you know, offensive line and defensive line play was far superior than we were. Like, it didn't really matter who we played. Even Tottenville, I didn't really see much of their D line, but as far as their O line, like, you know, those three teams were far more superior than we were up front. So it's my job as, you know, as the recruiting coordinator to make sure that we're bringing in guys that can protect, you know, that can protect and get after, you know, the opposing quarterbacks.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, Coach, you know, between me, LJ, we could talk to you literally for like another 20 minutes. You already know how we all give it up, man. But, you know, we're going to keep it pushing so we can get to these running backs. And, Coach, again, I just want to congratulate you and the whole South Shore staff putting kids into school. Shout out to everybody who signed today for sure. And 2 dogs on the first team wide receiver list, man. So congratulations, Coach.
Thank you, man.
Salute, Coach.
To everybody that was even listed. Congratulations to all the guys that made first team. And for the guys that didn't make it, you know, I see like some people, like, it's a list, you know, so sometimes you kind of gonna get the short end of the stick on as far as the list. But you know if you out there, you know, being a dog this year, you know, I salute you guys as well.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, Coach.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you, man. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Coach.
See you,
Yes,
Coach.
sir.
Good one.
All right, guys. So we only have 2 more positions to go.
Whew.
2 more positions. It's crazy. And then of course we're going to reveal.
This is the grind.
Of course we're going to reveal the second team. And is this the best position in all of the PSAL? The running backs, man. You know, let's keep it.
It's good talent on this list, but that defensive line.
You know, so
sorry.
Let's keep this short. And of course, I have the wrong list here. Of course, sorry about that.
Oh,
yeah. I had the wrong list somehow. I don't really know how that happened, but you know, I'm going to read off the running backs. Give me 1 second. So the running backs are Amir Morrow from E Hall, Corey Brown from Tottenville, Travis Gamble from APR, Harold Marshall III from Fort Hamilton, TyjVisuals Bent from Tottenville, Samir Thomas from Lehman, Derek Batances from JFK, Devon Saunders from Truman, Nick from Curtis, Nick Mouzakis, I learned. Nick Mouzakis from Curtis.
Nick M from Curtis.
Sorry, man. And we're not embarrassing ourselves butchering your name on the stream.
And Jeremiah Jeremiah from Franklin K. Lane. I mean, it's a lot of yards between all of these running backs. I mean, I'll actually throw it to G first. You know, just talk about some of these 3A guys on this list.
Just tremendous guys, real workhorses. As you said, a lot of yards came from a lot of guys in the 3A division. Like guys said, a lower division. But if you're watching the tape, you see the talent is there. Guys are working really hard, and it shows on the field. Just plenty of guys putting out a great product on the field. From Harold Marshall to DeVay Saunders to Jeremiah Jacques to Travis Gamble. The lower division is loaded with extreme running backs with extreme talent.
Absolutely.
Gary, your thoughts, man?
This for me, I mean, I know some of these lists were tough, but this one I was going back and forth a lot. Like I was looking at so much film, looking at so many numbers. It was really, really difficult. And yeah, just so much talent. And I think a lot of these guys, whatever they do at the next level, it's going to be special. But congratulations to these seniors. Such special high school careers. A lot of them like the heart and soul for their teams this past season.
But Mr. Cromwell, you on the list, man. All right. We know what you did this year. That's why you're on the athlete list.
Mr. Do It All.
That's
Yo,
crazy.
LJ, before we get into the first back, your thoughts on this list, man.
Oh, I felt like the first team backs was quite obvious. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I had no debate on the first team backs. The backs that made the first team list, they were the first graphics that were done. Like it was pretty much unanimous with the first team backs. I would say the second team backs were a little bit harder,
Definitely,
just because the backs that were on the second team, they had first team qualities. Some of the things that held them back were the level of competition that they played. Strength of schedule was definitely considered as well. But yeah, man, these backs that's on the first team are like the city. They have the city on their backs. They're all returning next year. Yeah, man, if you want to be on this list next year as a running back, you better hit the track. You better hit the strength and conditioning coach. And yeah, man, you better put in some pain, because it's gonna be harder to dethrone these three running backs.
Well, let's see if everybody agrees with you in the chat, LJ, because you think you know something and then you put it on the internet and they tell you how wrong you are.
Oh, that's every day, man. That's every day. But luckily for us, we have the film to back up everything that we're talking about as
All
well.
right.
So,
And that's a good segue. Let's go to the film for the first running back on the list.
And the first running back selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is TyjVisuals Bent out of Tottenville. And Bent has been tearing up the PSAL for 3 years now, as the junior tailback's combination of strength, speed, and vision is something special. As Bent was able to make a defender fall here, he got into the end zone. He had an amazing start to the season, and it didn't stop there. This time, Bent has 3 defenders surrounding him, but the breakaway speed is on full display. Bent, see you later. He takes this one all the way to the house. And against Bishop Moore from Florida, Bent in a similar situation, multiple defenders surrounding him, but it won't matter. TyjVisuals Bent goes to the far sideline, into the house. There's a reason why so many Division I schools are interested. This time he does it as a receiver against E-Hall in the semifinals. Bent in open space, and he's gonna go the distance in one of the best games of the season. And now over at Canarsie, TyjVisuals Bent able to take it to the far side, to the house. Bent was incredible in so many big games this season. It's scary that he has another year left, and this time you see how many tackles he's able to break. Bent is so hard to bring down, as he had an incredible junior campaign. Look out for him throughout the next season.
Mr. TyjVisuals Bent, guys. Mr. TyjVisuals Bent. If you guys don't mind, I just want to go first on this one. If you guys don't mind, real quick, and I'll be short. Obviously TyjVisuals was tremendous all year long, but I just really want to highlight that semifinal against E-Hall. I mean, to say somebody put it all out on the line is an understatement. I don't remember how many touchdowns he had. 3, 2, 3. I'm not sure.
I believe
it was 3. Yeah,
2 rushing, one.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. I'm honestly going to remember this for a long time. I happened to be in the corner of the end zone where he ran to on that receiving catch that you saw, receiving touchdown. And, he's running to his sideline. Of course, the whole Tottenville sideline's going crazy. They're all kind of running up to him. TyjVisuals loves, he always dances in the end zone or something like that. But he wasn't dancing this time, because he was out of breath completely. Like, he had nothing. He absolutely emptied the tank for Tottenville. You know what I'm saying? And it was just like, when I just saw him in that moment, and literally his teammates kind of like walking with him, like, yo, dude, you all right? Like, Like you putting on, you on defense, you on offense.
Definitely played both ways.
It was just one of the most inspiring performances I've seen. So my guy TyjVisuals, flowers to you. I'm actually gonna kick it to Coach Mack next. You know, TyjVisuals, somebody who is gonna be in that Rising Star game. I mean, just talk about it.
Yo, yeah, he's definitely gonna be playing this year. Him running behind that Tottenville offensive line. Yeah, most obviously. Yeah. Him running behind Tottenville, super fast, probably one of the fastest guys in the state, like not even like PSAL or the city. I think TyjVisuals is probably one of the fastest football players in the state. Has a super solid future ahead of him. Curious to see what he looks like as a senior, man.
Absolutely.
Senior season gonna be spooky.
Let me just say something real quick about Mr. Bent, right? The year Canarsie went to the championship, that was what, 2 years ago, right?
2022.
So I remember Tottenville was playing Canarsie at Canarsie, and TyjVisuals was going to work, right?
As a freshman.
Right? Exactly, LJ, right? So I'm like, yo, this kid is balling. So then, you know, I bounce around. So I'm on the Tottenville sideline. I'm like, yo, what's good? What grade you in, man? He like, oh, I'm a freshman. I said, oh, boy, this going to be the next problem in the city right here for sure. Yup. And sure enough, he just kept putting on, you know, raising his stock. You know, those D1 offers are coming in. So I'm excited to see him for his senior year, man. Yes, sir.
Circling back from TyjVisuals, he played in our first ever 8th grade All-Star game, man, and won MVP.
Wow.
Yeah. Him and Corey played in that game on different teams. Then I found out that both of them was going to Tottenville. I'm like, yeah, in like 2 years, 2-3 years.
It's going to be lit over there. Yeah.
Right. It's crazy that same year, Jared played in the same game. And
I remember you posted that throwback.
Oh, I'm like, yo, yeah. So seeing those kids in the 8th grade, like going into high school, yeah, man, it's special.
Yeah, and just the random gem too. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but you know, there's certain schools that, you know, they award players a certain number, you know, based on legacy of the program. So for Tottenville, you know, number 4 is given to their best player. And just to say how good of a player TyjVisuals is, TyjVisuals had 4 through the door.
Jonathan Pigot. All right, look.
He's been number 4 for 3
little
years.
History, right? Dave knows who this is. Coach Degree knows who this is. There was a running back. It might be before him, but a guy named Jonathan Pitt Combs. He was a problem from Tyneville. Running back too. Yep. Yeah. See, Dave just
the best player in Tyneville. Wears number 4.
Wow.
So just to put it in perspective, he's had 4 as a freshman.
Knew that.
No,
so
that's tremendous. And listen, I'm gonna cut it short just because I know we can keep going about TyjVisuals, but something's telling me that we're gonna have a lot to say about this next guy as well. Something is telling me. Let's see the second running back on the list.
And the next running back selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Amir Moreau out of Erasmus Hall. And he just received an offer from Bill Belichick in North Carolina, and you're going to see why. 3 defenders around him here, not a problem for Moreau. He's going to stay on his feet and somehow get all the way into the end zone. And now it's against the best defense in New York City. But Moreau against Curtis would not have a problem here. Moreau says, get off of me. He's going to stay on his feet, and Moreau in a foot race, he will not be stopped. The big bad running back from Erasmus Hall had an incredible junior season, and now under the lights against Tottenville, Moreau would refuse to go down. You see the moves in the open field, which is what makes him so dangerous. He's going to break off a huge run in a game against Tottenville that was a slugfest. Moreau makes a big time play there, and in the open opening game against Cardinal Hayes, you see the vision. Moreau needed some space, and he's going to create it himself. And Amir Moreau will take this one all the way to the house against the defending state champs. He was truly incredible, and in a big game against Canarsie early on in the season, Moreau gets a hole, and he's going to take it. Amir Moreau on the near side, and look at this ankle-breaking move in the open field. Are you serious? Moreau to the house, and in the championship game against Curtis, he also did it as a wide receiver, as he's going to haul it in on the far side off the wheel route, and also as a running back, Moreau sees a hole, and you see the explosiveness, an ankle-breaking move here. He had an unbelievable junior season.
Amir Moreau, boys.
Wow.
Deuce.
Listen, I gotta let me go. Jerry, get in here, man.
I mean, he is like really the complete package. You look at, size, strength, speed, explosiveness, vision. It's really incredible watching him, do his thing on the football field. And again, man, like he's coming back, like this comment, 2026, the class of 26, man. It is incredible in the city. I'm pumped for the Rising Stars game. I mean, listen, North Carolina just offered him for a reason. He is one of the premier players, not only in New York. Like we're looking at this point, tri-state area, and even bigger than that because of how talented he is.
LJ, I'm gonna save you for last because you're gonna have the grand finale for this one for sure. G, Amir Moreau, man.
Kid is just absolutely stunning. Speed bursts off the screen when you watch him. When you see him in person, he's running physical, running through guys. Just something you want to see in a running back. He has like Jared said, the full package in a running back: strength, speed, vision. Just a true playmaker, and that's why somebody said in the comments he has all his Division I offers. So it's no surprise this kid would make the list.
Mac, another player in the Rising Stars game. This game, boy.
What's the date, Mac? May 17th?
May 17th, man. Listen, I feel terrible for whoever's calling the offense for that game, because you're going to get scrutinized no matter what, because there's so many kids that can do so many great things. Amir being one of the kids on the offense. He's another one of those kids that played in that 8th grade game. I think him and TyjVisuals was on the same team that year in the 8th grade game. And yeah, man, Amir is a super talented kid. He's been with the 7-on-7 team for 4 years now, so I've kind of watched him grow and mature into the young man that he is today. And just to see this guy get all of these offers is just such a blessing. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what his senior year looks like.
LJ, you take the anchor on this one, man. Talk about your guy.
All right, so some more random gems for you guys. The best player at Erasmus wears 2. Amir was the first offensive player to wear number 2 for Erasmus Hall since 2017.
Wow.
So just to go to show you how great of an offensive talent that Amir is. But Amir works hard, man. Amir is in the weight room. Amir does the beach workouts. Amir has, great support as far as with the coaches and stuff like that. So yeah, man, Amir is a phenomenal player to watch. He's explosive. He has great vision. He can stop and start on a dime. Amir is like, everything that you really want in a running back. Amir also pass blocks as well. So, when it comes to being a complete package, Amir does that really well. And Amir is the offense for E-Hall. Nothing at E-Hall starts without Amir. Amir is the guy. Amir should be the guy. Everything should run through Amir. And even though teams are going to focus on Amir, you can clearly see how talented he is to gain separation from defenders. And yeah, man, wherever Amir decides to go to college at, they are getting a stud, and he is going to perform early. So
no, I
Long Island should definitely be nervous for this Rising Stars game because I don't know how you stop this backfield, bro. This
Long
backfield.
Island shaking.
no, absolutely. So right before we move on to the third and final running back, which I'm seeing quite a few names in that list in the chat. I know. I definitely want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors for sure.
Love them here, always, bro.
Can we see it this time?
We can.
Yes.
Yes,
sir. Yes,
Yo,
sir.
shout out to the Staten Island Hurricanes for sponsoring
Oh,
today's.
that's LJ on that heat right here.
I did not do this.
No, he's on the side. Now
Yeah, it's on the side. I did not do that graphic.
Cool.
The show need to invite me out, man. Like I know Staten Island's a little far from me, but the show need to invite me out to some games, man, to make something happen, man. They want youth teams, in New York City, man. And like I said, for a certain number, man, I pay that toll and come across the bridge and make y'all look like y'all should.
LJ, we're trying to promote the sponsors, not our own business here, man.
My fault, man. My fault.
Nah, I ain't mad at you at all, man. What we talking about, man? So shout out to the Staten Island Hurricanes supporting this live stream. I mean, guys, we're running a little over, but we're back over 100 viewers. Really appreciate you guys for sticking on, and thank you for the Staten Island Hurricanes who produce a whole lot of people on this list for sponsoring today.
Absolutely.
And of course, Bless the Fresh, my guy Jello. Definitely make sure you tap in with the clothing line. Honestly, he makes all of. Where am I? He makes all my stuff. This is where I get all of my apparel from, my hoodie and everything like that. So yeah, man. Shout out to Bless the Fresh and thank you for sponsoring the stream today, man. A lot of work went into this, as we all know. So.
I'm printed in my shirt, by the way.
Yeah.
I just got to throw the plug in for my guy. Sorry.
Unprinted. No. Shout out to Unprinted, man. You'll sponsor us next time. But shout out to Unprinted, man. Yo, so I saw a couple of names in the chat, so I'm sure this one might set it off a bit. The third and final. That's Wills. The third and final first team running back.
And the final running back selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Corey Brown out of Tottenville. It's hard to believe he's just a sophomore, but Brown is one of the most electric players in the state. You see the vision here from Brown, and if you just give him a little bit of space, here's the track speed. Nobody is catching Corey Brown in a foot race. He's one of the fastest players in all of New York, but he also did it in the big moments. In the semifinals against E-Hall, everybody knew that he had to have a big game, and that's exactly what he would do. He burst past a couple E-Hall defenders. He's in a foot race with the secondary, but the track speed once again is on full display. Corey Brown took it to the house. We talked about the speed earlier, but now here's the strength. Brown's gonna lower his shoulder and barrel his way into the end zone against the Staten Island team within Wagner. And in this highlight against Midwood, it's Brown seeing some green grass in front of him. Once again, he shows off the breakaway speed where he wins yet another foot race on the far side. Brown's speed and vision is special, but his strength is only increasing as he carries defenders here. Corey Brown, one of the best sophomores in all of New York.
All right, y'all. Corey Brown, the third first team running back.
I see a lot of hate in the chat, man.
What did I tell you? You think that it's solid, but then you put your opinion on the internet, right? Listen. I guess if you don't mind, I'll go first on this one. Corey Brown. Let me quadruple. Yes, Corey. First of all, I would need to look at the stats. Corey Brown was absolutely tremendous this year and vital for everything that Tottenville did. And again, what pushed him over the top, in my opinion, was the semifinal. When we watched the first E-Hall Tottenville game, a lot of people said, yo, if only Corey played. Yo, if only Corey played. And I was like, yo, I mean, maybe. Then I watched that semifinal again between Corey, TyjVisuals, and Amir Murrow. These three players absolutely took over a football game. Absolutely took over a football game. And I love this point. How many sophomores are all city? Probably not many. And this player is that good. He absolutely deserves it, man. You know, in that E-Hall game, again, one of the hardest hitting teams in all of New York State. You saw that last highlight. He carried E-Hall players 20 yards. 20 yards, the burst of speed, over 100 yards in the game, a touchdown. And, you know, terrorizing the rest of the league. And of course, you know, it came down between him and Travis Gamble, and it was very, very close. But again, you know, us as a group, we decided that the nod should go to Corey Brown. So, you know, it's a hot seat. So I guess I'll put Jared on it. He can handle it the best. Jared, your thoughts?
Oh, you're asking me who the best is?
No. I said your thoughts. Your thoughts.
Oh, I was like, did I mishear something? That would have been brutal. Yeah, man. Like,
don't put me on the spot like that, right, Jared?
I wouldn't do that to my dog, yo. I wouldn't do that.
Oh, that would have been tough. But listen, man. Like, we're gonna see the second team in a little bit. That was extremely difficult. I even, you know, had to do back and forth on the first team as well. You know, this position is just special, especially the class of 2026, man. And that Rising Stars Bowl game is must-see TV, just with all these, you know, all these dogs playing on the same team. But this list, man, incredible. And yeah, Corey and TyjVisuals, they had to be first team. And that's what's so crazy is Tottenville next year, regardless if you follow NYC football or not, you're going to have to watch them because that will be the best running back duo in quite some time. New York City or Long Island, at least that I've seen covering this stuff. This is one of the best duos for sure.
Hey, how about you give your take?
Yeah, you know, like a few people already said in the comments, only a sophomore, which is scary when you think about it. You know, we still get to see Corey Brown for two more seasons. Just a very electric player. Also one of the top track stars in the city. So that obviously translates to the football field, and some of those runs you see on his highlight tape is like they weren't gonna catch him tomorrow. Like he's gone, he's out of there. You know what I mean? So it's like I just can't wait to see his growth and development over these next 2 years, man, for sure.
Yeah, and I had to double check because I didn't want to misspeak, but you know, two running backs who were 1 and 2 in the rushing touchdowns in the PSAL 4A. Not 1 and 2, 1 and 1. Both of them had 10. I mean, it's just tremendous. I mean, LJ, your thoughts, man? Oh, actually, no, real quick before you go, LJ, because in the chat, this one is for Mac. You'd like to give yourself a plug?
May 11th.
No, May 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. My bad. May 17th. May 17th.
You're going to have people at the wrong spot.
I'm saying the wrong date. Yeah.
University,
TyjVisuals on that one.
Absolutely. So go ahead, LJ.
Yeah, so when I say that, you know, this list was the easiest one for me, Travis Gamble is an amazing talent. I want to start by saying that. I don't want nobody to think that he doesn't deserve to be, you know, mentioned with these guys because he led the league in rushing, and he's a phenomenal, super duper phenomenal talent.
I was gonna mention that too, man.
Yeah, something that stuck out with me with Corey though, like I don't want to always say like, okay, the level of competition, because yeah, he played the Curtises and yeah, he played, you know, the Lincolns and stuff like that. And Travis didn't play the same level of competition. But considering what Corey Brown was able to do with a back like TyjVisuals also on his team, like, bro, like if I'm a coach at TyjVisuals, I may not even give Corey the opportunity to show that he can do what he do, because I've had TyjVisuals, and TyjVisuals has been the guy for me since a freshman, you know. So the fact that he complements TyjVisuals so well, and the fact that he's able to still put up numbers, splitting touches with those type of players, like, yeah, bro, he had to get the nod for me personally. But Travis is an amazing talent. I love his game. What Coach Pearl does, and the relationship that he has with Coach Pearl is phenomenal. Not to get too personal, but they're a wonderful combination together as far as like a coach and a player. They marry each other perfectly when it comes to schemes and things that they want to do offensively. And I hope and pray that APR moves up to the 4A, because then the conversation really gets interesting next year.
So shout out to Travis Gamble in the chat, man. So the 3 first-team all-city running backs are none other than TyjVisuals Bent, Amir Murrow, and Corey Brown. And it's tough, man. But again, that third category, big game performance, man, tremendous work.
Yeah, that big game performance holds a lot of weight.
That semifinal, I mean, I know, it wasn't streamed. I mean, dang, I guess it was me and you, LJ, that were there, honestly. I mean, it was just
for which game? For the semifinal TyjVisuals E-Hall?
It was just 3 players.
Yeah, bro.
Just put the team.
It was back and forth. Like, for a playoff game to have 40, it was like what, 44 to like 43, or maybe a 2-point game or a 3-point game or whatever. To score that many points in a playoff game versus 2 teams with really good defenses, man, those 3 backs are literally, the top, and like I said, Travis is literally like right there. Like, if we could have had like a 3A or 3B, like, yeah, bro, it was that close. And what Travis can do is phenomenal. But those 3 backs between TyjVisuals and Corey splitting those reps and still being top performers, kudos to TyjVisuals, man, because they sure know how to like divvy it up and put the ball in their stars' hands, no matter who the star is. So shout outs to TyjVisuals.
And shout out to Coach E, man. Hayes, one of the most exciting teams in New York State. Their schedule drops tomorrow. Huge supporter of the brand. Shout out to Cardinal Hayes and Coach E. JV City Champions, correct, Mac?
Yeah,
correct.
Shout out to Coach E.
Shout out to Coach E, man, for real. So we're getting into the final list, the final first team, man. I know that we've gone late, and I appreciate, first of all, my co-host here, man. Really appreciate you guys, man. I want to give you guys some major flowers for all of the work we put in. Special shout out to LJ, man. Like, I must have been so annoying asking you this graphic, that graphic, and you just kept coming through for me, and not for me, for us.
For us, bro.
So really appreciate it, man. And Jared, all the voiceovers, G bringing in your perspective. There's so many times where we had a list together and G would say, hey, what about this guy? What about that guy? And it really helped round the list off for sure. And of course, E and Coach Mac, man, all of the work that you guys do, it's been tremendous. So we're at
absolutely, to be super real, there's guys that would have probably never made this list without G and TYJ, because I know personally I didn't see many 2A games, I didn't see many 1A games, I didn't see many 3A games. Their input was really valuable when it came down to selecting players from those lower divisions. And yeah, man, their insight was amazing and phenomenal, and they put a lot of you guys on the map too. So make sure y'all show them love when y'all see them at y'all games.
That's love,
appreciate it, bro.
Facts. You know that.
For real. So let's get into the last list. And man, the quarterbacks, man. Who wants to take this one first?
No, I mean, if you ask me, this list was super easy to make too. I've gotten to see a lot of these guys play, so it was really, not hard to make. One of them might have been super tough. just due to, obviously things out of their control, like strength of schedule and stuff. But this list was like super duper easy to put together for me. I didn't have much thought on, on a certain player. If there was like a player that was unanimously on this list, this person was definitely one of those people. These athletes are great athletes. You got Carrot Top, aka Josiah Brown from Canarsie, who had a phenomenal year. He's not even a quarterback, if we're being real. You know what I'm saying? He's not a quarterback. He's a receiver. He's a DB. He's not a quarterback. And the fact that he made this list with everything that was going on at Canarsie, much love to him. Who else was really good? Isaiah Wolf Young. Man.
Those numbers.
Oh my God. He reminds me kind of like Bryce Young. Vince, was it Bryce? No, Vince Young. Pardon me. Son from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
His throwing posture and position is so unconventional, but because he has so much arm strength, he's able to make a lot of throws, that people wouldn't make. Some of the things I noticed on this film was just he makes like a lot of throws sometimes with no feet on the ground and could probably throw the ball 50, 60 yards with no feet on the ground. So he's just a phenomenal talent. It's a lot of great talent on this list, a lot of good throwers of the football, but there was things like, turnovers and things like that separated certain people from me.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to say first, there are 2 city champions on this list. Patah Severin and Michael Jung, excuse me. Of course, I don't know why I have the old graphics. Excuse me for that. Michael,
you do have the old graphics.
So, like I said, there was a lot going on today, but we made it through.
Yeah, bro.
So Michael Jung and Patah Severin, congratulations for being 2A and 3A city champions, respectively. You guys absolutely. Oh, I just found this one. I kind of like this one the best. And now it's at the end of the show. But congratulations for the 2 of you. Corey Reese. I want to give a special shout out to him, man, because a lot of people, said, oh, should he have left Eagle? Should he have left Eagle? He went on to be the second leading passer in the PSAL 4A division, and it was just absolutely tremendous job from him. So congratulations to everyone on this list, and let's get right into it. And
wait, can I say something real
absolutely.
quick? I just want to say, Corey, when you go pro, Dre needs to get the first signed jersey because Dre is easily your biggest, not saying like you're a great player, but Dre is your biggest fan. Like no quarterback conversation starts without mentioning Corey Reese. So make sure you give Dre his flowers. Dre is a huge supporter of you, bro. And yeah, man, it's the way Dre feels about you is like the way we feel about professional players. So, yeah, man, make sure you show Dre some love.
Listen.
Oh, man, here we go. You see the chat, y'all?
Listen, I know I don't. I don't see it. Anyway, to answer that, listen, I just want to give shout out to not only is he my guy, right? Yes, he is my guy, but Corey Reese. I just thought, everything that he had on his shoulders, the job he did at Lincoln, probably so many doubters, honestly, and I felt like he did a great job, honestly. So shout out to Corey Reese for sure. Yes, I see who they gave the MVP to, guys. Thank you for 3 people on message.
Josh deserved it though.
Oh man, so let's see. That's a good segue. Let's see who deserves to be the first QB selected. I think some of us might have an idea who it is, but let's take a look.
And the first quarterback selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Nick Cyrus out of South Shore. And we're going to start off with this throw against Madison. It was one of the best that we saw all year long. 50 yards in the air on a rope to his receiver downfield. Cyrus transferred in for his senior season, and he took the PSAL by storm. In this game against Eagle Brooklyn, Cyrus did an amazing job escaping the pocket as he looks downfield and fires a bullet to his receiver downfield in the Battle of the Floss. He makes a throw here where only his receiver can go up and get it against Canarsie under the bright lights. And don't even get me started about his performance against Kennedy in one of the Sage Media games of the week. This Vikings offense was incredible. Cyrus was throwing the ball all over the field. This time he gets it to the far side to his receiver, and in the playoffs against Lincoln, the pressure was coming, but it did not phase number 8, as Cyrus made an amazing play escaping multiple Lincoln defenders before finding a man downfield. Cyrus was incredible all year long, and he's the first quarterback selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team.
Cyrus, y'all.
Be great 8.
Word problem.
Yeah, how about you go first, man?
Problem. Okay, so Nick Cyrus, he was really one of the better quarterbacks our city have seen in some years, you know, like when I first seen Nick, well, when he got into his groove, I would say it almost felt like he didn't belong. If that might sound crazy, but he seemed like he was advanced, you know, like his pocket presence is just one of a kind. A lot of times when I'm watching South Shore, you know, you see the heat coming, and that's one of his underrated abilities is his pocket presence and his pocket awareness, I would say. You know, you see the heat coming, and Nick always found a way to get up out of there. You know what I mean? He could throw on a run. You know, just a fantastic player, man. And I can't wait to see what his next move is for sure, man. Because in my opinion, he passes the eye test as well. He's about 6'5", 6'6". You know, can make every throw. Very smart. So yeah, I can't wait to see his next move, man. It was very exciting watching him this year, man. He brought life to South Shore and to the city for sure.
Coach Mac. Oh, Coach, you're on mute. Sorry.
You on mute?
You hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I was saying.
Yeah.
This kid's probably one of the best quarterbacks to come out of the city, in a while, out of the PSAL. Let me say that, out of the PSAL in a very long time. To see what he brought to that South Shores offense, even Dave said it, which was I didn't even realize. He said when they won the 2A championship, it was like kind of a run first team. And then bringing in Nick Cyrus, moving up to the
4.
Yeah, moving up to the 4A.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, and they became an air raid team, which is you know, it says a lot about the QB play that they had this past season. Probably the best QB play in the PSAL. So this kid, man, you know, he passes the eye test. Everything that he's putting on film, like it's pretty much undeniable. Yeah, man, what a talented kid.
I actually want to go to Jared next because I just made this connection, and feel free to disagree with me, but I just made this connection. Nick Cyrus really reminds me of Devontae Torres. That's his name, right? From St. Anthony's.
Oh,
Dante
Torres.
That's interesting.
What do you think about that comparison? And for you guys that don't know this, Dante Torres, class of, I don't know, 22, maybe? 23?
23. He was a 23, yeah.
Yeah, the class of
20.
He played with KJ,
Yeah,
right?
he
That was
was
KJ.
and Ian's
Okay.
QB.
Yeah, KJ and
Went
Ian
state,
Shawn.
with St. Anthony's. He was exceptional. Yeah, tall.
I think he's at Princeton now too.
Oh, he's at Princeton now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Dante? I think he's at Harvard, but
Harvard, yes, Harvard.
Oh, Harvard, yeah. One of those super smart schools.
Dude, Dante was great, man.
Now you see Max face when he said Harvard, like what?
Gatorade player of the year too.
He was, dude. I definitely see some similarities between him and Nick, honestly. Like similar build. They both throw really good deep balls. It's yeah, like I like that a lot, honestly. Dante, I don't know. It was yeah, both of them honestly made so many amazing plays like in their own right. But that was interesting, Dre. I didn't really put that together until now.
Yeah, and again, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just kind of thought of it. And the main reason why I say that is because of just what we're talking about. The PSAL is not known for that brand of football. And let's be real, Nick Cyrus like revolutionized it. You know, hopefully that can continue. Personally, because that's the offense I like to watch. But you know, he's really that level of player. And Torres is at Harvard now. I thought he was originally committed to Fordham.
He was.
So he was, yes. Okay. So that's the level of player I think Nick Cyrus is. And this is definitely a player that, I want to personally thank because, South Shore was such a important South Shore was so important for the PSAL this year. I'm not gonna let Mac go because Mac, you know how Mac feels. Like, you know how he feels about this as well. South Shore was so important this year, and Nick Cyrus choosing to believe in New York City, to believe in the coaches over there, Coach Ben, Coach Legree, Coach Salters. Thank you, man. And hopefully we did a good enough job, covering you this year. And it was just tremendous. We had a big rubric with how we scored. Nobody scored higher than Nick Cyrus. Nobody scored higher than Nick Cyrus.
It's obvious one.
I test.
It was so obvious.
I test big play stats. Congratulations to Nick Cyrus, for real. And now the final first team quarterback. The final first team quarterback. I'm really excited for this one. Hope everyone is. Who is it going to be? We're about to find out. I think this player is so deserving. Let's see what the chat thinks. The final player on the first team list.
Not about to chat about this one.
And the second quarterback selected to the NYC Media All-City First Team is Aiden Farley out of Fort Hamilton, as Farley was one of the most accurate passers that we saw in all of New York City this past season, as Farley was dropping dimes all year long. This throw against Bayside was one of many special ones, as Farley was putting the ball in places where only his top receivers were able to get it. He had an excellent season for a Fort Hamilton team that went to the 3A championship. He's also able to do it outside of the pocket. His throwing on the run ability was on display all year long, as this one just half a yard away from the sideline, able to stay in bounds. Farley with some special throws, but this time he's gonna do it with his legs. Farley sees green grass in front of him, and the big fella says, "Hey, I got this." Farley says, "Get off of me here," as he showed his rushing ability when needed. Farley stays on his feet, and he's going to go all the way to the house. One of the most entertaining players in the city. And this time Farley recognizes some pressure, and he's going to step in front of him, as Farley's going to throw it up to his receiver in a perfect spot in between defenders, staying in bounds. Farley had a special season for Fort Hamilton and an amazing high school career.
Congratulations to Aiden Farley, man. Man, I'm going to let Coach Mack take this one first because I feel like it's so deserving. That game, I will never forget the Rising Star Bowl, honestly. Shout out to Coach Mack, because I'm like, who is this Fort Ham kid putting work in? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Fort Ham.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they had juice. I didn't know they had juice no more.
Yeah, when he submitted his film for the Rising Stars game, I'm like, wow, this kid is all right. We sent him an invite, and just to see him at practice, I'm like, yo, Fort Ham may have, a solid QB, this upcoming season. And then to see the stats that he put up this season, man, was uncredible. It was crazy.
6 touchdowns versus Bayside.
Yo, listen, I was watching a stream when they played APR. Yo, and that kind of told me everything I needed to know, and kind of confirmed what I thought about Aiden, man.
Absolutely, man. So, G, got to go to you next. You've definitely watched Aiden the most out of all of us. So, just talk about how awesome it is that a 3A quarterback is on this first team list, man.
I think it's really awesome. It's a credit to Aiden and how hard he works to show that he can be up here with guys from the higher division. He's showing his talent. He has a tremendous arm, a very strong arm, probably can throw with any quarterback in the whole PSAL. Very accurate, a strong leader, vocal leader. I got a chance to interview him a few times this year. And just another thing that shows how good him and his team is, I'll say out of the best 5 games I've seen this year, maybe 3 or 4 of them were 4 Hamilton games. Like, they were just putting on a phenomenal product the whole year. It's just a credit to the team and the leader of the offense, Aiden Farley.
Jared?
Yeah, man. I mean, amazing season for him. And honestly, like when I was doing the voiceover, rewatching him like being able to take off and move at his size, it was truly incredible. But hey, man, the 3A was really, really difficult this year. In my opinion, there was a bunch of really good teams.
Yes.
Like when we were previewing the playoffs, I think a bunch of us just had different champions to win it.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of really good teams. There was like legitimately 5 teams that were in the running for sure, especially with how good Truman ended up being. So it was super interesting, and Farley lived up to it. Each of those games, man, especially in the big moments, and Fort Hamilton so close. Big reason why Aiden Farley, and he's been getting some college recognition, very definitely well deserved, because he put together a really great senior season, and he's gonna do great things wherever he lands.
Definitely.
Any your thoughts?
Me?
You say
Yeah. E, your thoughts on Aiden?
Oh, all right.
Oh. Nah, I don't know why that was so funny just now, bro. But yeah, I like Aiden a lot. I seen Aiden play live a couple of times this year, but what impressed me was the game against APR now. APR got a nice early lead, and like G from Hidden Gems mentioned, the leadership aspect. I like to see that from quarterbacks. Aiden had a real big second half that game, made a few nice throws, and he's a quarterback who I feel can make just about any throw. He has some good weapons as well. But yeah, excited to see what he does on the next level for sure.
LJ?
Nah, man, Aiden was fun to watch. I've seen him, I believe, twice. But the championship game, he was phenomenal. He was making plays, he was delivering the ball. Pocket presence was really good. I wouldn't say he's as mobile as some of the other quarterbacks on this list, but when you have like an arm like his and you make decisions like he makes, he's very good with the football. He was also their field goal kicker in the championship game as well. And I believe that they should have just went for it on 4th down, because I like Aiden as a quarterback way more than I like him as a kicker. So, yeah, man, Aiden deserves to be on this list. Aiden and Nick Cyrus has easily the strongest arms in New York City this year, and it showed. So nothing like a quarterback that can throw the deep ball and throw it accurately at that. And Nick Cyrus and Aiden did that the best this year.
Absolutely. So
I'm very
congratulations to the two of them, and congratulations to everyone who made the first team list. And now the night is not over. The night is not over, as we will reveal the second team. And honestly, the second team was so hard to make, man. The second team, there was so much discussion on the second team. Man, I'm like, oh, this really might be the one to set it off, honestly.
Yeah, it was really difficult. Like, really, really difficult.
Let me just...
Dre, make sure you post the right one, man.
Yo, listen, I'm quadruple checking again. The day I've had today.
Nah, I only sent one, bro. You good?
The day I've had... No. It's because I didn't... No, here it is. Okay. The day I've had today has been nuts, bro. Like, I'll talk to you guys offline about it. But here we go.
Here we go.
The second team all-city list in its entirety. Oh, man. Where do we begin? And we'll run through this quickly, maybe 10, 15 minutes. We'll post it on Instagram probably sometime tomorrow. I'm sure it's going to get a ton of discussion. Let's just talk about the quarterbacks first. Justice Murray from E-Hall and Isaiah Wolf Young from Cardozo. I actually want to start there with Jared. Talk about the Cardozo gunslinger, man.
Man, Isaiah Wolf Young, he is special. It was great that he was back for his senior season. He was incredible, one of the best pure athletes. He was just making so many plays. And yeah, heart and soul of that Dozo team. He was just a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely, man. And let's just move to the running backs. Here, of course, we see Travis Gamble leading the way. Nick Muzakis, Nick M. That second running back, and Mr. Saunders from Truman. G, you've seen a lot of Mr. Saunders. And when I looked at him, I was like, yo, the playoff games, yo, the playoff run this man had. How about you talk about it, G?
Guy was just a do whatever the team needed type of guy on first down, fourth down. Defense knows who's getting the ball. He just wouldn't be denied. Like, kid is a straight dog, and all the way to put it. I'm pretty sure he worked hard in practice every single day to get to where he's at, because every time I seen him, he was making plays for his team, stepping up in the biggest moments. And even in the playoffs, they went on the road when nobody really thought they had a chance against a gritty Franklin K. Lane team, and they knocked them off. When I think he had maybe even a 6 touchdown day, but he definitely had 5. Like, kid is special. Kid is special.
Damn.
Absolutely. And real quick, let's do the wide receivers. And then I actually made an error because there is one more first team player we need to announce. I made a video for it. So, but real quick, E, just talk about the wide receivers on this list.
We did forget one.
Yeah,
Word.
that was a mistake on me. So keep going, E, for the wide receivers.
Don't worry.
So these wide receivers on this list, you got 2 electric juniors, and Adrian and Travis. Adrian, a guy who can, like you said, one of the fastest guys in the city. One of the playmakers who I'm actually very excited to see for his senior season. I think he's gonna flourish even more than he already has. And then you got Casey Royal, man. Very clutch. Very consistent, made some very key plays in that championship game to help secure the big win. One of those catches was amazing. One of those catches, that fingertip TD catch that he made in that championship game. Definitely a very good year for Mr. Royal. So congrats to these 3 wideouts
Just
here.
speaking on KC, I just want to say I think he might have some of the best ball tracking skills out of all the wide receivers in the city. Kid can really track it in the air.
And just one more thing on Casey, right? I was actually vouching for him for
you wanted to make sure he got that in there.
I ain't gonna lie.
Y'all see how E threw us under the bus, right? So who were you removing though?
We don't gotta get into too much detail, bro. But
that's crazy.
I'm not saying who voted for who because nobody don't know nothing. But yeah, I definitely like Mr. Royal a lot, man. Yeah, for
All right,
sure.
so we have one more video to show. My apologies, getting too excited. Virgil, my fault. We'll fix it. One more video to show.
And we messing up.
There should be no surprise. The first team kicker is Ibrahim Al-Qasimi of Curtis. He was responsible for 63 points, and there was no bigger field goal than this, ending E-Hall's regular season streak. But he had the range too. This one was from 41 yards. And in those clutch moments, double overtime, he makes the extra point to clinch the championship for the Warriors. Congratulations, my guy. First team kicker. He'd been in the chat all day.
That's my dog.
My apologies. I had to make sure you got your flowers because you changed the course of PSAL history.
Absolutely.
Damn, I don't even think he's in the chat.
He is in the chat. He's here.
Oh, he's here.
He's in the chat.
I seen him active earlier, but
he's still
This
here.
was the easiest award to hand out. Best kicker. Hands down.
Word, automatic. Word.
Yo,
Oh,
strong
he said
foot.
that. Okay, he just commented.
Yeah,
Appreciate y'all a lot. Yeah.
very strong foot, man. Yeah,
big boot.
Had to spin the block at that. So again, let's just if I can find it.
Yo, it's crazy too because we blocked a lot of field goals this year, but we couldn't get one from my boy. Couldn't get one from him.
Yeah, and just
Word, Coach LeGree. I don't know if he plans on playing on the next level, but yeah, man.
I hope so, man. Because
definitely needs to go out there and get some exposure. Because
for sure,
he could hit it from 40 consistently. It looks, but
if you could have told me I could have been a kicker in high school and got a D1 scholarship, my butt would have been kicking them joints.
Nothing wrong with it, bro. It's a very crucial part of the game.
Absolutely,
man.
bro.
Listen, very important part of the game.
So
man.
I feel like growing up, you know, everybody wants to be like the star running back and the star quarterback. Man, if some of y'all don't try to be, all y'all people that you know on the second teams of certain lists, or all y'all people that's not starting on other teams and stuff like that, bro, why not try to become a kicker? Like, you're gonna play. Like,
it's not that easy, bro.
it ain't easy, but bro, you could try it, son. Give it a shot. They like, nah, I want to be the best quarterback, and then be mad. Like, nah, bro, just try kicking it. It might be your joint. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody's not built for that pressure. You know, game on the line.
So
listen,
wait, so
man.
if you can't kick a game-winning field goal, what makes you think you're gonna throw a game-winning touchdown?
I get it, but
yeah, man. So again, let's just run through this real quick again. You know, there's 3 JFK players on the offensive line: Brian Flores, Domingo Nina, and Anthony Marte. Absolute congratulations to you guys. You know, what a potent rushing attack that JFK has. You guys definitely deserved your flowers. And then the defensive list. I mean, I'm looking at that defensive list and that D line, like, yo, I would take that D line against a lot of D lines as well. Can't lie to you.
Absolutely.
But huge shout out to Amari Britt. You know, looks like Mac had the drop, but you know, that's his guy making the list. You know, huge shout out to him in the 2-way, wreaking absolute havoc. You know, Mr. Parnell from Curtis, you know, a tremendous player. And of course, Jaden Innocent, pretty sure he was up top for sacks. And for the linebackers, this was tough. This was tough to choose between these linebackers. Fault fell on Ron Jones from Lincoln, Virgil Leith, Asani Lowe, and Christian King. Congratulations to all of you guys. And of course, the D-backs. There he is, Mr. Morales, man. I want to give a clap to Morales, leading the whole city in interceptions. And
yes, sir.
Great film.
Cleo.
Definitely got
Cleo
potential.
and Jacob Reed, the athletes, absolutely tremendous players. Mr. Matan from Brooklyn Tech, second in points, only behind Ibrahim. And of course, the coaches. Coach Pugh from Brooklyn Tech, the 3A champion. Congratulations. Offensive coordinator from Tottenville, and the defensive coordinator, Michael Key from Eagle 3. Also, huge shout out to Coach Pierre, because he was also the heart and soul of that coaching staff as well for Eagle 3.
Shout out my guy.
One of the best units in all of the city. And guys, I think I'm ready to call that a show. What about you guys?
It's been a long show, man. It's been a long show. I want to say thank you to everybody that stayed tuned for this long. I want to say, I can see why the linebacker list was so tough, man, because the linebackers had dogs all across the list. This is the list that gave us the most trouble. Honestly, like the day we dropped that list, the list wasn't finalized till about 12 p.m. noon, and it dropped at like 5. So just to show you how much teeth everybody doing to make sure they advocated for their guys and stuff like that. But we had an amazing time doing this. We felt like it was good for the city. And yeah, man, I can't wait to do this next year, hopefully with a little less grief.
There will be more grief. Trust me. Jared, your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, so thankful and grateful that we're able to do this, and that all of us came together. Not even just us six, but the entire New York City football family that like it seems like we created from this past fall, man. It's truly something special, and it's crazy that it's just the beginning. We're gonna be back here next year, and we're gonna do some amazing things. And yeah, congratulations to all the student athletes that were selected, kids that are going on to college, and that are done with high school. Man, congrats on amazing careers. And for those that are coming back, it's gonna be a lot of fun next season. You know, all of us are gonna be around. It's gonna be absolutely amazing, and yeah, super grateful for
Yes, sir.
all got here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, G.
I'm sorry, what happened, bro?
I was just saying, I just want to give your thoughts on the whole process, putting this whole thing together, and the final outcome of it.
Oh man, putting this together just shows like how our city is trending up in the right direction. We have so much talent throughout all the divisions, man. And it's even till this day, you know, Sage, I was hitting you up trying to swap a few guys off the list because it's just so many guys deserving throughout the whole city. Even guys that didn't make the nominees, just keep working. We know you guys have plenty of talent, and just keep working and hope to make it next year. And for all the guys that did make it, congratulations again. Keep up the good work. Excited to see what you guys do in the future.
Just thankful for the love and the support. It's a collective effort. Not only with just us here, all of you guys that are tuning in. And this is just the beginning. So, more great things in store. And to all the seniors, wish you guys the best of luck on your journeys. It was a pleasure watching you guys ball out for sure, man.
LJ.
Nah, man. I enjoy doing this. Anytime I get a chance to talk football with people who I respect is always a pleasure. We've been fiending to get on the show, since y'all started the podcast, man. So, to have the honor of being on this platform and sharing the stage with you guys, man, it's truly an honor. You guys, obviously, we talk every day anyway, but I can't wait to start planning things for next year. And yeah, man, just be on the lookout for things that we're doing for New York City because it doesn't stop, man. The goal is always to highlight the best talent in New York City and put our players in the best position to succeed on and off the field. And any way that we can help do that, we're all for it. So yeah,
Yes,
man,
sir.
I just want to thank everybody for the love and support and stuff like that. Like it's super underappreciated. So absolutely, man. Peace and love, y'all.
Yes, sir.
No, for real. And again, I gave you guys your flowers earlier, but I feel like you guys deserve more of it, man. This was very ambitious. This was really ambitious, but you know what? We know what New York City means, man. We know what New York City needs, and it needs preparation, it needs excitement, it needs events, and the players need a platform. So, it was a long night, but I really hope everyone appreciates, even through some of the tech issues and everything like that, hours went into putting this list together. So I just want to give a huge shout out to all these guys on the screen. I feel like we're really leading the way, not only for us, but for the people coming up behind us. And pay my guys, man. Pay my guys real money, And I'm saying that with my whole
yeah. Let's talk about that part.
Hold on a second. How I do this? Pay my guys real money, man. Real cheddar. Because all the work these guys put in, they deserve it. The graphics, the videos, coming to the games, putting a voiceover, live streaming. There is true value into what we're doing. Why? Look at everybody here, man. Look at what we can put together coming together. Look at what we made from scratch, damn near. You can put out you can put out a list. There's an all-state list. There's a all PSAL list. Who did the numbers?
It's not hitting
Who
the same.
did the numbers?
Yes, sir. There you go.
This right here.
It's not hitting the same.
So I just want to talk that for a minute, man. You know, because I feel like all of us deserve it. And I feel like it's very important to say pay my guys because there is true value in what we're doing. The price is the price. Pay my guys. They deserve it. And thank you for New York City for having faith in us for real, man. And that's it.
Yes, sir.
Let's call it a show, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I just want
Much love, everybody.
PSAL does pay well. So come on now, man. Please, no shots at PSAL, man. PSAL is doing a phenomenal job as far as making sure there's coverage for these games. You know, everybody in here has obviously covered a PSAL game, but you know, yeah, man, the opportunity is there for people to work with PSAL and collab with PSAL on certain events. And
man, they need to give us the keys to the car.
I'm working on it, bro.
And then we'll see.
I'm working on it, bro.
We'll see the product fully elevate,
bro. Just best believe I'm working on it, man. If I could put us in a position to where we can partner with PSAL and gain PSAL support on a lot of these lists that we do, I'm gonna do it because at the end of the day, bro, we're at every game. PSAL is not, they don't have enough staff to go to every single game or cover multiple games at once, you know, and, you know, we have the ability to do that. And if they allow us to assist with that stuff, then we're definitely going to take it to the next level. But they're always working on and improving and doing new things to innovate New York City sports in general. But as far as like football and stuff like that, like they've been open to the idea of letting us help out in certain aspects and stuff like that. So more details to come soon. I don't want to speak too soon, but PSAL is definitely changing the way they plan on, you know, modeling and pitching their sports and advertising their sports. So
it's definitely coming.
Let's get ready for the next list. 8U Media All City Reveal Show. 9U.
I know a few of them dogs. You can start working on that.
You teams, man, youth teams don't really like me too much, man.
Oh,
so you know.
Shout out to Bless the Fresh. Shout out to the Staten Island Hurricanes for real. We out, guys. Peace.